Kan. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Doctor.
Okay, I hope everybody in a good health, and of course, you guys look forward for today's workshop. Okay, Dr. Nancy, are you ready? Can we start, or you would like us to, give some more times?
I leave it to Dr. Norizan to decide.
All right. Okay. Okay. If that's the case, I think let us start immediately, yeah, because the number of participants, so Alhamdulillah, very welcoming. Thank you so much for everyone that's spare your weekend time to participate, and I mean would like to learn and to gain more knowledge, yeah. All right. So my name is Norizan Anwar. So I'm the coordinator for coursework and research for postgraduate under School of Information Science. Yeah. So College of Computing, Informatics, and Mathematics. Yeah. All right. So without further ado, I would like to get everyone in the same page. So today we're gonna listen with a talk, yeah, about systematic literature review methods and its application. So we are lucky today. We have Associate Professor TS Dr. Muhammad Nasir Ismail. He is the Deputy Rector of Academic Affairs, UITM Kelantan branch. So knowing Dr. Nasir, he got a lot of experience and knowledge regarding this subject. So please, I really hope everyone can learn your ears and then pay attention and gain as much as you could from Dr. Nasir, and don't afraid also to ask any questions. So that one you may ask in the middle of the talk or towards the end of the session. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Nasir, and the floor is yours, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Norizan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everybody. So we have how many participants today? So we have about
49.
49. Okay,
Yes.
49 participants. Okay, we have so most of them is quite familiar name. So some of them are my PhD student, international from China. Also, we have some lecturers also, and also some colleague involved in this session. Okay, basically, before we start, I just want to give some introduction to the workshop that I'm going to conduct this morning until afternoon, until 1 o'clock. Okay, basically, normally the workshop that's supposed to be conducted. Okay, normally my workshop will be 2 days workshop. So we're going to have theoretical concept of discussing on the theory, the concept of systematic literature review, and then we're going to have hands-on approach. We're going to have hands-on for each participant. That is the ideal one. So since that I've been given about 4 hours to conduct this training and also workshop. So I try as soon as possible to cover up the most essential part and also the processes that involve in systematic literature review. Okay, so you can stop me at any time to ask question. Is it okay with that? Okay, can I have some response from the participant?
Okay, Prof.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I would like to share my slide here. Okay, if you're not sure or understand on whatever that I'm going to discuss later on, you can stop me at any time. Okay. Okay, can you see my my slide here? So I'm going to put it in slideshow format. Okay, I have to, okay, okay, all right. Is it okay? Can you see the slide on the screen?
Boleh, Prof.
Can, Doctor.
Clear? All right, thank you. Okay, basically these are the things that I'm going to cover. Okay, can you see the content? The outline?
Yes.
Yes, I
Okay,
can
all right.
see.
Okay, basically I'm going to cover until content until C. Okay, so I'm going to start with my introduction of what is SLR. Okay, why it is important, and then what is the difference between the systematic literature review that I'm going to discuss later on, and also the ordinary literature review that being conducted by many researchers, many academic researchers, including the postgraduate students. Okay, what is the difference? And lastly, I'm going to touch on the most important part. What do you mean by SLR? SLR, okay, it actually consists of, we can summarize. SLR is actually comprised of 5 important essential processes, which start with source references in SLR formation, formation of research question, systematic searching, article quality appraisal, and also data extraction and analysis. So for this session, I'm not going to touch on how to use artificial intelligence tools in your SLR methodology because it takes time. Okay, it's supposed to be a face-to-face session, and also it's supposed to be a 2-day session. It should be conducted in day 2. Okay, and last but not least, how to draft your SLR based on your finding. Okay, all right. Okay, basically I'm going to touch the point from A, B, and also the C. Okay. All right. Okay. So we're going to start with introduction. Okay. What is a systematic literature review is all about? Okay. Basically, the most important thing when we talk about literature review. Okay. Actually, literature review in postgraduate study. If you are a student, a PhD student or masters by research student. Okay. Normally, what we do, we have a very specific topic in chapter 2, whereby you have to discuss, you have to explain your literature review. Okay, this chapter basically is about, is you are trying to justify on what you have already explained in chapter 1. Okay, in chapter 1, we have the most important part in chapter 1, basically is the problem statement section. Okay, whereby you have to really understand and also clearly justify your problem statement. Why you're going to conduct your PhD study or your master study, or if you are conducting a research. Okay, so what is the need? What is the justification of conducting the research? Okay, by defining your, by providing some evidence and also some justification from various literature, from various sources, for example, from the primary sources and also from the secondary sources. When you talk about primary sources, you have to conduct a feasibility study, okay, to justify your problem of your study in your context of your study. And then this problem or gap should be supported with the secondary sources. Okay, what do you mean by secondary resources? Basically from the literature review. Okay, the sources that you are not the one who conducted who collecting the data, but you get from others. Okay, from somebody or some authority, body that conducted that particular study. So you get in terms of report, in terms of proceeding, in terms of books, and the most important part is in terms of journals. Okay, that is known as the secondary sources. Okay, when you talk about literature review, basically literature review actually is a method. Okay, we talk about literature review, actually is a method to identify and select and evaluate. But there are 3 major things in literature review. First is we have to identify document or articles, and how to select the articles, the appropriate one, and how to evaluate. Okay, these are the purpose of conducting literature review. In chapter 2, basically, the literature review chapter is actually you are trying to justify the problem statement, the research objective, the research question, and also the significance of study that you have already described and also explained in chapter 1. Okay, actually it is a continuous process. Okay, and also in your literature review, basically in chapter 2, you are okay. The most important thing that you are trying to justify your potential research framework. Okay, and also another purpose of conducting literature review, basically you want to prove that the proposed model of your study basically is not to reinvent the same wheel. Means that you are not trying to conduct a study that has been conducted by previous researcher or recent literatures. Okay, that is the purpose of having literature review chapter. Okay, by conducting this literature review, basically there are three main purposes. We have to identify, okay, what are the proper references that you're going to use to justify your model, okay, and how to select and also how to evaluate the article that you have already identified. Okay, basically when you talk about SLR, it's not merely focus on how to get references to justify your research framework or research model. Okay, you have to understand that when we conduct a systematic literature review, it can be used in many purposes in your thesis or in your article that you're going to draft later on. Okay, basically, for example, we can conduct many SLR studies in your dissertation, in your thesis, for example, in your study. Okay, for example, in chapter 1. Okay, in chapter 1, okay, before you start with your problem statement, okay, basically, before you conduct your PhD study, okay, you have already enrolled. Let's say that you have already enrolled, okay, officially with the faculty that you're going to be a postgraduate student. Okay, so you decided to do a topic in your major area or in your major expertise or in your area of concern. Okay, so you like to get some ideas on what are the latest topic that you think that it is important in your area of in your body of knowledge, for example. Okay, you can conduct a systematic literature review study, okay, to get some idea. This is the most important part for a PhD student before you decided to come up with the topic. Okay, you can conduct a systematic. This is the first way of how to conduct a systematic literature review before you proceed with your topic that been discussed with your supervisor. Okay, you can conduct a systematic review to come up to get some ideas, a potential topic. Okay, and then for example, the second round, what you can do after you have already decided, we have already discussed with your supervisor, when you have already decided that this is a very good topic and have already researched some, okay, I've already done my systematic literature, so I found that these are some of the potential topic in my area. So the next step, what you can do to find the gap. So you can conduct another systematic literature review to identify how to come out, how to justify your problem statement. So again, you can conduct another systematic literature review to come up with your a proper and also a very concrete problem statement. Okay, and then only you can do some to see the significance of the study. You can conduct another systematic literature review to come up with what are the models that involve. Okay, basically, this systematic literature review actually based on what is your research question in conducting systematic. This is not about research question that meant for a thesis that you have mentioned in chapter 1. Okay, this is something different. Okay, so I will discuss the step later on regarding to the research question. Okay, this is the most important part before you conduct a proper systematic literature review study by constructing a good and also a correct research question. Okay, all right. Okay, any questions so far? Is it okay? Can you follow?
Doctor.
Okay, all right. All right. Basically, when you talk about systematic review, okay, there are some. If you read any systematic literature, you can find that some of the in the title and also in the content of this in this systematic literature review paper, basically they will define as they will refer as systematic literature review or systematic review paper. Okay, so in the title, basically, they will quote there, okay, as a systematic literature review or systematic review. Okay, actually it is refers to the same type of review paper. Okay, so we're going to see what is, okay, now we're going to go to the second part, that is what is the difference between systematic literature review and also the literature review, the ordinary literature review that been conducted by many academic researchers. Okay, okay, the main difference actually is about the methodology part. Okay, as you can see that systematic literature review has its own methodology, while the commonly practiced literature review, they don't have any methodology. Okay, for example, okay, and systematic literature review practice is in journal index by Scopus is not a new method or new concept that been applied. Okay, actually the first journal SLR paper that been indexed by Scopus was in 1889. Okay, by Rofi 1889. So he write a paper on a morphological and systematic review of the apostasy. Okay, from Journal of Linnean Society of London, Botany. Okay, this is an example of SLR paper, the earliest SLR paper that been written in bibliometric index databases. Okay, that is in Scopus, for example. Okay, this is not the new method. It's actually been established, and before this, most of the SLR papers that been written by many from the medical background. Okay, for the social sciences and also from the, especially from the, for the social sciences, is quite new. Okay, okay, what do we mean by no methodological in LR in ordinary literature review? Okay, actually from the common method used in LR for article searching, okay, normally the way that we use, okay, in ordinary literature review searching for articles, okay, normally we are using the very common method of searching, that is whether we are using the hand searching technique, hand picking technique, or snowballing technique. What do you mean by hand searching? Okay, hand searching means that you go to, for example, you go to any search engine. For example, the most popular one is the Google search, or you go to Google Scholar, or you go to the any databases. Okay, any reputable database. For example, you go to Scopus database, you go to WOS database. Okay, what you do, by guessing, or maybe from your experiences, maybe from your knowledge of concern, okay, you put you identified some of the article, and then you just type down the keyword, the potential keyword that you experience, that you think that it is the one that is appropriate, that related to the study, and then only you get the result, the finding, and so you take that particular article that been suggested from that particular databases or from the search engine. Okay, and this method, it is known as hand searching technique. Okay, and then for example, if you read some of the article that been based from the results, then you choose the article based on your understanding, and also you think that these are the article that appropriate to my study. You pick some of the article that you think that really related to your study. It is called hand picking technique. Okay, while snowballing method is actually is referring to, okay, for example, when you conduct a searching strategy using hand searching or hand picking, so you identified a paper, but it is not really related to your study of concern. So what you do, you read that particular article, and you found that the article that you search is not really concerned on what of your study interest. So what you do, so maybe you can get some ideas from that particular paper by reading the references or the citation by the authors of that particular paper, and it will lead you to some other paper. This is called snowballing method. Okay, but again, this technique that been done by many of the researcher actually is not enough. It's not sufficient, and it's not appropriate. It is not considered a systematic literature review. Okay, method. Okay, it's not comprehensive. Okay, in most cases, what we do, the LR writer will review article or document which only then found and can be, okay. Normally what they do, they only download the paper that they found, and they only review the paper that they think that that have covered, okay, what they found. These are the only article that they analyze and put it as their main reference in their study. Okay, this is not appropriate. It's not a good way of writing a research paper. Okay, and this has been done by many PhD and also master student. Okay, this is not a proper way, because sometimes what we found maybe it is 1% from the 99% that's supposed to be included in your study. Okay, and also the second thing that the difference between a proper systematic literature review and ordinary literature review, that there is no quality appraisal is done, okay, in common literature review. Whatever article or document that is found immediately will be evaluated, okay, been accepted, and you make the article to be a part of discussion in your study. Okay, if you can see what has been explained by Crafts et al. 2020, that this will produce bias and subsequently affect the quality of the review to be produced, and this has been applied by many PhD students. Okay, this is the wrong way of how to justify on how to make explanation to justify the any construct that involved in your study. Okay, all right. Okay, any question so far? Any question? Any question?
No, Doctor.
No, Doctor.
Okay, can I proceed?
No.
All right. Okay, we go to the next part. Okay, I'm going to discuss. Okay, this is a major part that I'm going to concentrate today. Okay, there are five. Okay, basically there are five major processes. Okay, if you read any prominent authors in SLR studies, okay, we can find there are many processes or procedures that involve. There are many different procedures. For example, okay, basically, if you ever heard this prominent name in Malaysia, Dr. Hairul, okay, Hazril Hairul, okay, actually is my colleague. Actually, he has already come up with a paper. It's known ABC in Systematic Literature Review. It's that been published in year 2020. Okay, so in this paper, it talks about SLR papers methodology that been used by many prominent authors in SLR studies. Okay, so he conclude that basically there are five main processes in SLR methodologies. Okay, where all prominent authors in SLR agreed upon on these five major processes. Okay, so I'm going to discuss this major. You cannot skip any of these major processes when you conduct a proper SLR study. Okay, so, and it is sequential in order. So it starts with source references in SLR formation. Second process is the formation of research question. Third, systematic searching. Fourth, the article quality appraisal, and also last but not least, the data extraction and analysis. And these five major processes is essential in SLR writing. Okay, and Okay, before you pursue to the next process, you have to really understand every step of this process. Okay, uh, these are the essential one. I cannot say that, for example, process number 3 is more important from process number 1 or number 2. Every process is important, okay, in that particular level. So you have to really understand before you can really to have a good, effective of way of doing SLR studies. Okay, so you have to really understand, and also you have to know what are the technique to be conducted in each process. Okay. Yes. Any question? Any question? Tak ada. Because I heard somebody seems like to ask question. Tak ada, eh? Alright. Okay. We go to the first one. The first step. Okay. Okay. SLR writer should refer to specific. Okay. Before we start, you should have some reference. Okay. On how to what are the procedure that we're going to, what are the references in conducting SLR. Okay, so actually there are 4 ways, 4 sources on how to refer your SLR. Okay, so that you're going to, you later on you have a proper procedures that you have, that you are referring to. Okay, the first priority you can use review from any established review protocol. Or okay, what the point that I mentioned, the specific sources that I'm showing here, actually you have to pick one of them, not applying each 4 of these specific sources. Okay, the first types of sources is by referring to the established review protocol. If you are not referring to any review protocol, you can make use on any established publication standard, or you can use any established guideline, or at least you are referring to any past SLR studies that has been published. Okay. Okay. Normally for review protocol, because review protocol actually most of the established review protocol are basically based much on the for the medical scientists. So sometimes the review protocol is not suitable for some areas also. So you can decide to use some specific sources from either from publication standard, from established guideline, or you are referring to any past SLR. Okay, the most easiest one, you can use either number 3 or number 4. Okay. Okay, for example, okay, these are example of the first sources from the review protocol. For example, the established protocol that are available, we can refer. For example, we can refer to ROSES review protocol. Okay, ROSES mean reporting standard for systematic evidence cities. You can go through so the outline of this procedure from ROSES protocol through this to this link. Okay, later on. We have Cochrane, we have Campbell collaboration, and also Center for Review and Dissemination, okay, from University of York. Okay, but the most established, review protocol that been used not only from the medical background but also from the science, and also technology, and also from the management, and also from the social sciences. Most of them we can refer to ROSES review protocol. For example, this is the example of review protocol from ROSES. Okay, in this content actually, what we have, okay, it started with if you are referring to ROSES review protocol, okay, you have to follow the guideline that been suggested. Okay, for example, for the title, for example, if you are using the ROSES as your established guideline, so you have to follow the guideline, but it doesn't mean that you have to follow 100%. Okay, you can adapt and also adopt from the outline that be given. For example, for the title, okay, this is compulsory. The title must indicate that it is a systematic review protocol. Whereas in your title, you have to mention that the title basically the title is referring to a systematic review article. Whether you are using systematic literature review or you can use systematic review in your title. Okay, for example, let me show you an example of article from my from my students. Okay, this is one of the paper that been published of my PhD student. Okay, let me share. Okay, this is the most senior student. Okay, 64 years, just graduated her PhD. Okay, this paper is about empirical evaluation of continuous auditing system use, a systematic review. Okay, so the title should highlight the systematic review. Okay, this is for example, if you are referring to ROSES, you have to mention in your title that you mention that there is a keyword which is referring to a systematic review or systematic literature review. Okay, okay with that. Okay, then you have to wait. Okay. Okay, and then okay, so okay, another important subsection that you have, if you are referring to any established protocol, for example, in your abstract, the abstract should not exceed 350 words and must include 2 sections. Okay, so there are some sections that you have to follow based on that particular protocol, for example. Okay, and then the background, what should be stated, the method. Okay, what you have to justify and mention in your paper, for example. For the method section, you have to discuss the searching technique, the article, how you conduct the article screening, so how you conduct your quality appraisal, data extraction. Okay, these are some of the guidelines that you are referring to from a specific review protocol. Okay, for example, ROSES. These are some of the example that you have to follow. Okay. If you are not referring to any review protocol, for example, ROSES, you can refer to the second types of sources, that is the publication standard. For example, the most popular one is the Prisma and also the RAMSES. Okay, ROSES also here is also referring to a publication standard. It can be known as the review protocol or a publication standard. Okay, normally when we talk about publication standard, especially in social science studies, okay, most of them are referring to Prisma. Okay, Prisma is referring to the preferred reporting item for systematic review and meta-analysis. Okay, when you talk about meta-analysis, basically when you are referring to a study whereby you are studying this the article which are focusing merely on quantitative study only. Okay, so you can use Prisma. Okay, for example. Okay, this is some of the checklists that you have to follow if you are using Prisma. For example, it's similar to ROSES. The title should to report or highlight a systematic review or meta-analysis or both. Okay, if you have if you intend to conduct a meta-analysis and also systematic. What is the difference between systematic review and also meta-analysis? Okay, basically systematic review and meta-analysis a very precise study.
Sorry, doctor.
Okay,
Your slide not appear, doctor.
What?
Your slide not appear. Your slide.
Oh, you cannot see my slide.
I can't see your slide.
Okay, so wait.
We can see, doctor.
Okay, wait. Okay, now you can see my slide. Is it okay?
Yes, okay, doctor.
Okay, I'm showing the
Prisma 2009 checklist.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Okay, okay. For Prisma, you have to highlight whether you are conducting a systematic review or a meta-analysis. So you have to justify or you have to mention in your title systematic review and meta-analysis. Okay, if your title mentioning meta-analysis specifically, okay, we know that this the standard that we use is a Prisma publication standard. Okay, okay. What is the difference between systematic review and meta-analysis? Okay, actually, this is a very specific article review where in general systematic review, you can conduct either qualitative or quantitative study or both. If you are merely conducting on meta-analysis, okay, means that you are only referring, you are analyzing, you are appraising only quantitative paper in terms of methodology that being used by the concerned papers that you are reviewing. So meta-analysis means that you are only focusing and also interested to do the analysis on quantitative study paper only. Okay, whereby systematic review can be both, either quantitative or quantitative, or it can be both quantitative and qualitative. Okay. Alright. Okay, these are the outline that you have to follow if you are referring to publication standard by Prisma. Okay. If you are referring to, okay, these are some of the questions that can give you some guideline. Okay. For example, okay, I've already mentioned before, there are no many review protocol other than in the field of medical and also public health. So, for example, ROSES is one of them, and it is for the formation of cell related in the environment, for example. Okay, you can see that most researcher that conducted environmental study, for example, Dr. Hairul, his expertise in climate change, for example, so he referring to the ROSES. Okay, ROSES actually meant for the medical and also public health research area. Okay, but it also can be used by researchers in environment research area. So you can make use of ROSES. Okay. So question, how to use review protocol or publication standard? So how you going to use this standard? Okay, first we have to review the particular protocol of the publication standard and try to understand it. Okay, by using the concept of adapting, which means that you are referring to and use the recommendation suggested by the review protocol or publication standard that is suit your field of study. So what you do, you adapt and adopt the particular item from that particular standard or that particular review protocol that apply to your study. Okay, it is not appropriate if you can make amendment and do not need to follow 100% the recommendation suggested. Okay, you can adopt and adapt. Okay. Okay, why you have to adapt? Because most of the review protocol and publication standard are designed specifically for the medical and public health field. Not every suggestion is suitable for other fields, so you have to adapt and adopt. Okay, alright? Okay, question number 2 regarding to the source reference in the SLS formation. How to report? Okay, how to the report based from the review protocol and also or the publication standard that been applied. Okay, you do not have to copy the entire review protocol or paste into your SR article. No need. What you do, you just mention it in your early discussion. Okay, the first, for example, in your discussion method, which regard to the review protocol, for example, you are referring to review protocol ROSES, so you have the subsection there. So you just mentioning in that particular paragraph, okay, for the introduction that that this study is being guided by ROSES review protocol, for example. Okay, you explain what is, so you have to introduce the user or the reader, what do you mean by ROSES review protocol? So you mentioned that, okay, ROSES is what is ROSES review protocol and what is meant for. Okay, you can quote to some prominent author, for example, from Hardaway et al. 2018. So actually it's designed specifically for systematic review and maps for environment management field if it is related to your area of concern. Okay, and then you discuss about what is the aim of using ROSES in your study. Okay, so and then only you mentioned about what are the methodology, the next methodology that been applied in this review protocol. Okay. Okay, what are the steps? What are the process? The main processor that involved in these types of review protocol, for example. Okay, and also I've already given an example how to report based from the review protocol by ROSES, and also example of reporting from publication standard from Prisma. Okay, you can browse through this later on. Okay, if you are not referring to any review protocol or any publication standard, the next step is you can refer to any established SLR, prominent SLR writers or researcher. For example, you can follow and also refer to this established guideline. For example, you can refer to Ziao and Watson 2017. Okay, basically Ziao and Watson is suitable. This is a very prominent in education field. Okay, for example, you can make use, if you are from education background, you can refer to Ziao and Watson. Okay, if you done something talks about entrepreneurship, you can refer to Krauss et al. 2020. If you are from engineering background, you can refer to Kitchenham and Chatter 2007. If you are from general social sciences field, you can refer to Pettigrew and Robert. If you are doing something on management field of study, you can refer to Duraj. Okay, if you are doing something related to information system management, you can refer to Okili and Shabram 2010. And if you do not know which established guideline that exactly that you have to refer to, okay, you can choose Okili 2015. It is general field of studies. Okay, or from the Linares Espinos et al. 2018. Okay, you can make use some of these established guideline. Okay, so the similar concept that been applied to the review protocol and also the publication standard, you have to adapt and adopt the established guideline that you are referring to. Okay, do not it's not compulsory to apply all the suggestion and also all the processor that proceed or item that been highlighted in that particular protocol. Okay, or standards. Okay, any questions so far regarding to this first step?
Doctor, sorry
process?
to interrupt. I have question.
Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Anna Nabila. I'm study UiTM student lah. Okay. So my question is, do you have any example for IT field?
Any what do you mean by do you
The
mean
one
by
that
a complete paper?
no, the one that you suggest just now, the
Okay.
example for sources. Can I see the slide?
Okay, right. Okay, this one. Okay.
Yeah, this one, right? So, do you have any suggestion for any author? I mean, like the example for IT.
Okay, from science and
Yeah,
technology
yeah.
research study. Okay,
Yes,
for example, okay, you can make use from Okili and Sakabram. Okay, if you're not suitable, you can the last alternative, if there is no established guideline, SLR guideline that referring to any science and technology field of study. So what you can do, you go to the last suggestion. Okay, that is regarding to you can refer to any past SLR study that related to your own field. Okay, Nabila?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if you do not find any review protocol that suitable to your study, any publication standard that suitable to your study, any established guideline that been mentioned just now, this is some of the established. There are a lot more. If you cannot find any established guideline that from the prominent author from the SLR study, so you can use the last alternative by referring to any past SLR studies that related to your own area.
I see. Understood.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Okay, any questions so far before I proceed to the second part? Okay, this is the crucial part before we start before I'm going to discuss to share on the formatting of research question. Any question so far? Any question? Ada soalan? Okay semua? Is it okay for everybody?
Proceed, Doctor.
Okay. Okay. Saya terpaksa pergi cepat-cepat. I have to go faster because I'm given only 4 hours. Okay. If it's supposed to be a 2 days workshop, and it's supposed to be a face-to-face workshop. Tapi tak apalah. At least you get some understanding, basic understanding later on. And I encourage you, do not stop here. Okay, please, if you found that there is any workshop that been conducted, okay, regarding to SLR, please follow, please join that particular workshop. Okay, it doesn't mean that if you entered, you join one SLR workshop and then you can understand 100%. No, you have to learn more, to understand, and attended as many as possible SLR workshop to get a complete and a true understanding of this method. Okay, and this is very crucial not only for the PhD student and also for the researcher and also for the doctorate who have already have doctorate. You have to know how to conduct the SLR studies. Okay, it's very important for a researcher basically. Okay, boleh? Okay, now we go to the second step of second method or second procedures in systematic literature review. That is focusing. Okay, in this step we are focusing on the research question. Okay, this is the major part. Just now we are talking about the protocol, the review that you have to follow when you conduct a systematic literature review. Now we're going to talk about how to start. Okay, how to start your SLR. Okay, this is the second part will be how to start your research, your SLR study. Okay, first of all you have to formulate your research question. Okay, research question or research RQ that been highlighting here in this second process is not the research question that you use that you mentioned in your chapter 1. Okay, to answer your problem statement, not that RQ. Okay, this RQ is merely meant for how it going to guide your SLR study. Okay, the research question here actually is a research question that will help you on how to start your SLR study. Okay, you have to formulate the research question. Okay, for beginner, for the novice researcher that first time that using SLR technique, you can make use the research question development tool, RQDT. Okay, it will help you to save a lot of time in constructing or developing or formulating your research question for SLR. Okay, if you're already expert, familiar with SLR techniques, then you don't have to use the RQDT. Okay, this is only a guideline. It's not compulsory. Okay. Okay, the tool that I'm stating here is not a compulsory. It is a tool that will help you on how to formulate your research question for your SLR. Okay, you can make use. There are various of RQDT, research question development tool. You can make use of PICO, PIC, PICOT, Eclipse, Pico, Spider, or Spice. Okay, actually these are some of the tools that are meant for specific researcher from a specific research area. Okay, the most popular and that been used by many researchers from social sciences, from management background, and also from the science and technology. Most of them are using. You can use PICOS and PIC. Okay, if you are from medical background or if you are conducting experimental study, you can use Eclipse, you can use PICOS, Spiders, and so Spice. Okay, most of the ordinary researcher from science and technology, and also most are there from management or from the social sciences study area, research area, you can make use PICO or PIC. Okay, because these two research tools actually meant for quantitative and also for qualitative research study. Okay, all right. Okay, first of all, you have to choose the appropriate RQDT according to your SLR and field of study. Okay, so what is the main function of the research question in your SLR study? First, to get an appropriate or the important keyword that are suitable for your research study, and second, to obtain relevant and appropriate data from previous studies to be analyzed in your SLR. Okay, these are the main function of why you have to formulate your research question in your SLR. Okay, first to get an appropriate keywords that are suitable for your research study. Okay, this keyword will lead you to get a proper and sufficient literature review which related to your idea. These are the one that contradict that you don't have in ordinary systematic ordinary way of conducting literature review. Okay. And also second, to obtain relevant and appropriate data, okay, from previous study. All right. Okay, any questions so far? Is it clear?
Okay, Doctor.
Okay. All right. Pukul berapa dah kita? Okay. Okay, so we have already about 1 hour our session. All right. Okay, these are some of questions related to the use of RQDT in your SLR. Okay, how to use RQDT? Okay, the tool that I mentioned just now. Okay, first of all, you should know that each RQDT is formed based on your specific research objective and design. Okay, make sure it fit your study and also SLR. Okay, for example, I'll give you example. This is from my own area. Okay, just now Nabila is okay. I believe that you are from computer sciences or from mathematics, for example, because my brother also before this I'm from computer science. So actually you can make use. Okay, if you're conducting qualitative study. Okay, qualitative study, you can make use of PIC. Okay, PIC, used in most review that focus on qualitative study that I mentioned just now. Okay, for example, PIC is actually an acronym which referring to P stand for either population or problem of your study. Okay, I for interest and C for context. Okay, you can make use this tool. Okay, for example, you state what is your population that you're going to conduct in your study. Okay, or you can, if you are not really sure the population of your study, you can put either population or you can identify the problem that you're going to conduct. Okay, the problem that you're going to find any literatures related to this problem. Okay, for example, so in this case, for example, in this example that I've already highlighted in this slide, okay, so I'm using the population, not the problem yet. Okay, so what is the population? My population is the computer science student. Okay, it is related to my previous PhD study. Okay, so my population is about computer science students, for example. Okay, so I'm going to conduct a study which focusing on the population of computer science students. Okay, what is my interest? I would like to see the problems, the methods that been used by computer science student in designing their problem solving solution, for example. Okay, what are the techniques that been used to enhance their problem solving skill, for example. So my interest to look into the problem solving and metacognitive strategies, for example. Okay, which context that I'm going to referring to, for example, Malaysian context. Okay, so by this tool, what you can do, okay, based from this tool, the PIC, you can construct a complete research question from the idea that you got based from this tool. Okay, for example, you can come up with a full statement of research question. For example, what are the problems solving and metacognitive strategy among computer science students in Malaysia? Okay, so you are interested to find articles, okay, to find article which related to computer science student, which the focus interest is on the problem solving and metacognitive strategy in Malaysia, for example. So you from the point that you stated in this tool, you have to come up with a complete research question that you're going to focus in your SLR. So you come up with the title, what are the problem solving and metacognitive strategies, okay, among computer science students in Malaysia, for example. Okay, what is the next step? Okay, before that, okay, I give another example. If you are using the PICO, just now we are using PIC. You have to choose any one only. Okay, do not use more than one. Okay, okay. You have to choose any tool that you think that's suitable in your study. Okay, for example, if you are using PICO, okay, this is they've been used most by the researcher that focus on quantitative study. For example, the first P is stand for population of problem or patient. Okay. For example, in this the first key point, so I would like to use the population again. That is on the computer science student. And for the intervention, for example, if you're conducting quantitative study, for example, you're conducting experimental study, for example, intervention, you are going to look at the mind mapping approach and also the cooperative learning compared to the conventional method of teaching computer science students. So for the intervention, you are interested to look into the mind mapping and cooperative learning. So you're going to compare. C is for comparison, not for context. The third point is the C is the comparison. You are trying to compare the intervention. Okay. The treatment group with the control group. Okay, the control group, the comparison, the conventional method. So what the outcome that you are expected to find, actually, how this method will increase the computer programming performance, for example. So with this technique, what you can do, you have to formulate a complete research question. For example, you can write among computer science student, mind mapping and cooperative learning compared to conventional teaching effective in increasing computer programming performance. So this will be your research question that you're going to guide your systematic literature review later on. Okay, all right. Any questions so far? Ada soalan? Any question regarding to the formation of research question? Is it clear?
Nasir, can you hear me? Ridwan here.
Okay, Ridwan. Okay.
Okay. Just now, in regard with your RQDT,
okay.
Among the tools, is it each tool can be used in quantitative or qualitative and quantitative, or some tool only suit for quantitative?
Okay. Okay, basically it doesn't. Okay, if you go you can search for this. Okay, actually I've already give the link for to access the sample of this the tool PICO, PIC. Okay, actually it doesn't, in that particular website it doesn't stated that PIC PICO is meant for qualitative, PIC for quantitative. No, but most of the researcher, they make use in their methodology part. Okay, they're referring to their specific. It can be used by both actually, but most for example, PIC meant for that be used by researcher from qualitative approach. But again, this is only a guideline. If you are very familiar on how to write a research question, you don't have to refer to all these research question development tool. Okay, if you are studying in qualitative, if you are using mixed method, okay, what you can do, okay, again, what you can do, as what been mentioned in process 1, you can adapt and adopt the research question development. For example, you are trying to adapt PIC and also PICO, for example. You can adapt and adopt. You can take any, for example, for PIC, we have population, problem, interest, and context. So in PICO, we don't have interest here, but you want to adapt and adopt from PIC and also PICO. So you can adapt and adopt to come up with your research question. The most importantly, to come up with a complete research question that you are trying to identify in your SLR. That is the most important. This research question development is only a guideline. Okay, you can adapt and adopt. Okay, is it answering your question, Dr. Ridwan?
Yeah. Thank you, Nasir.
Okay, right. Okay, any question?
Doctor,
Ya, saya.
actually I quite confused. The formation of the research question that you explained just now is
Okay.
for the entire research itself, or it focus only for that literature review?
Only for that literature review. I
Okay.
already mentioned just now. It's not for your PhD, eh? Bukan. It's
Okay.
not about PhD. Okay. In your SLR, you can state at least one. It is compulsory, but you can have more than one research question.
Alright. Thank you,
Okay.
Dr.
It depends on your what is the purpose of why you're going to conduct the SLR. If you think that there are 3 research questions that I would like to conduct, that I would like to investigate in my SLR, okay, proceed with the 3 research questions.
But if let's say we take a part of the research question from our PhD, is it possible?
Yes, can.
Okay.
Okay, let me show you my previous student that conducted they already submitted, okay, that been reviewed by so actually this study is under information management study, specifically in library, okay, because in library so I force my student, so I encourage her to publish paper not in Scopus, okay. So we go for Q1 quartile 1 Web of Science, but when we have looked through the in the bibliometric databases in both Scopus and also WOS, in WOS in any library studies the highest quartile is Q3. Okay, tak ada there's no study no library studies that in Q1, so we go to Q3 because we have tried but been rejected because not because of the content but because of the scope of the study is not meant for that particular article, so we go to Q3. Okay, I give you one example of that been written of my students. So okay. Okay, this is my student. My previous is enrolled in her PhD study for about 6 months, but he has already defend proposal. So he have already come up with 4 journals. Okay, this is the first journal that been reviewed. So she has already produced 4 journals so far. Okay. So I enforce my student to conduct a study. Boleh nampak ke? Have you shared the screen?
Not see now.
No, no, Dr.
No, not yet.
Belum sekejap. Okay, right. Okay, actually from the SLR you can okay, for example, you can produce paper for chapter 1. For example, for problem statement you can produce a paper SLR paper before you conduct your study. Why you want to conduct that particular study in your PhD? Okay, you can conduct before defining the purpose. One paper. Okay, this is the paper of the first paper that been produced by my PhD student. From traditional to smart, a systematic review of the elements that transform library. Okay, that has been submitted and been under review under WOS Q3 journals. Okay. Alright. Okay, I just want to show you the research question that been used. Okay. This is the discussion. Okay, this is the methodology, the source of references. So my student using established protocol, for example, RUSES in her study. So for the formulation of research question, he has only one main question. What are the elements of smart library? Okay, this is because we're going to have some ideas, general idea, what are the elements of smart library, okay, to define smart library. So, okay, this is an example of very simple research question. Okay, for example, I will show you a paper that been written by computer science student, okay, the 64 years old student. Yang ini dia guna, okay, in this study she used, okay, 3 research question. Can you see on the slide? Boleh nampak tak?
Yeah, you see.
Okay. So she used the first research question, what is the difference between continuous auditing and traditional auditing? Okay. So in this so she mentioned that in this study he did not use any, it doesn't mention that he used any research question development tool. It doesn't mention. Okay, it's not compulsory in writing SLR. It's not compulsory to mention that what types of RQDT tool that you are using. okay, to guide your research question. It's not compulsory, okay. The most important thing, you just mention what is your research question in this SLR study, okay. For example, research question 1, she has 3 research questions. The first one is the most general. Okay, we start with the general and we go to the specific, will be the last. Okay, what is the difference between continuous auditing and traditional auditing? What motivates individual to use continuous auditing? What elements determine the continuous? Okay, all these research questions is based on what is the purpose of conducting the SLR. Okay, as I mentioned just now, in a thesis, okay, you can conduct a small systematic literature review. For example, you merely conduct a systematic literature for defining problem statement, for example. Okay, you can conduct a very specific systematic literature review that only focusing on the framework or any existing models which related to your area of study, for example. Okay, you can conduct a separate SLR. Okay, or maybe in one SLR you can combine, you can capture a few things. For example, you want to capture the problem statement, you're going to capture what are the theories or model that involve in recent studies that talks about talks about the area that you are interested to do in. Okay, for example, so you can conduct more than one research question. Okay, it depends on your objective of conducting the systematic literature review. Okay, boleh? Okay, is it clear enough?
Okay, Doctor.
Okay, and anybody else want to ask question before we proceed?
Yes, doctor. May I ask a question? I want to
Can
ask
you
about.
introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm a Chinese student. I'm
Okay.
a PhD from China. I want to
Okay.
ask about the research questions. You mentioned the 3 questions. Sure. I want to know the 3 questions should be related to each other, or they are separated. For
Okay,
example, my research question is a big one, but I get the questions into a few steps. Each step is set to be a research question. Is that okay?
Okay, it can be related. Okay, research question be related from, for example, the research question that you are stating in your SLR study can be related. Is supposed to relate each other. Okay, means that by conducting the SLR, you can answer, you can analyze the content of that particular article based on the research question that you highlighted in your SLR study. It's supposed to be related.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
if
you.
not supposed to related, you conduct another SLR study.
Okay.
Okay, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any question so far? Ada tambahan? Anything you'd like to add upon? If not, I'm going to proceed with the discussion. Okay. Lain-lain ada? Dr. Ridwan, Dr. Alwi, my colleague, my student Azila. We have
No, doctor, so far okay.
okay,
Thank
okay,
you.
right.
It's more clear. Everything is clear.
Okay. Actually, I'm interested to have better to have the session in the face-to-face session. Itu lagi bagus. Okay. Can I proceed with the with my lecture?
Yes, please,
Okay.
doctor.
Yes.
Okay. What if I do not use RQDT? This has been mentioned just now. And how do I report the research question? No problem. Report as usual, just stated what your research question is without specifying the process of forming the research. I've been mentioned just now. Should the research question be specific or general? Okay, according to O'Keefe 2015, in his study emphasized that the need to formulate specific research question. Okay, just now, Duan, siapa tadi nama? One of the Chinese student asked whether the research question should be interrelated or should be is not interrelated from Q1 to Q2, or you have if you have another research question, whether it should be related or not. Okay, this one, should the research question be specific or general? Okay, okay, it can be specific, it can be general. For example, according to O'Keefe, he mentioned in his study, this is one of the prominent authors in writing SLR. Okay, O'Keefe, it mentioned that emphasize that need to formulate specific research question. Why? Okili emphasized that we do not if the research question is too general, what we're going to have a large of number of article. Okay, so it's very difficult for the researcher later on to do the analyze the synthesis part. Okay, the last part with the synthesis or analyzing the data. This is very difficult if you have a lot of article to be. Sometimes the article is not really focusing and also specifically focusing to your, so it doesn't give any benefit by having too general research question, and it also cannot be too specific. It will later on, if it is too specific, you will miss out some of the important article later on. Okay, so you have to be in the middle. Okay, not too specific and not too general. Okay, for example, I give you an example. Okay, if you have a very general research question, for example, what are the problem statement and metacognitive strategy on computer programming performance among students in Malaysia? What do you mean student here? It can be secondary school student, it can be tertiary student, it can be diploma student, it can be degree student, it can be postgraduate student in Malaysia. So okay, this study we can have a very big study that involve in secondary in school, okay, secondary school, in tertiary. Okay, tertiary maybe we can have from the diploma level, degree level, we can have postgraduate student. Okay, it is too general. Okay, if you put a very specific example, what are the problem statement and metacognitive that you highlighted, only specific on computer science student in Malaysia. So this is very specific. Okay, it's specific. Specific is okay, but don't too specific. For example, too specific, what are the problem solving and metacognitive strategy for computer science, computer programming and performance among final year of undergraduate computer science students. So the computer science student you are referring to is merely on undergraduate final year student. What do you mean by final year of undergraduate student? It can be from diploma level or from the from the degree level. Only meant for the final year student. Or this is too specific. I am afraid that you will not find any article which referring to this specific population, for example. Okay, you don't have to be very too specific or too general. Okay. All right. Okay, but according to Thomas, okay, this is contradict from Okili just now. Thomas et al. 2019 stated that in gender to specific research question can also can be specific, also can be gender. Why? Because according to them, gender research question will allow you to get more article, and this give you more opportunity to choose the best article for SLR. So which one you have to follow, specific or gender? It's up to you. Most of us will choose the specific research question, but there is no problem to choose a gender research question. Okay. All right. Okay, you have finished the second step. Okay, is it okay? The second step. Okay. Any feedback?
Okay.
Okay, so now we go to the technical part, the hands-on part. Okay. Okay, let's say you have already identified and also stated you have already have your research, your own research question. For example, okay, let's say that everybody in this workshop, okay, you have already come up with your own research question for your SLR paper, for example, or in your SLR study. Okay, in whatever point or any whatever section that you are referring to in your thesis. Okay, for example. Okay, then we go to this the third step, the systematic. Okay, this needs some information skill competency, whereby how you going to do your systematic searching. Okay, this is another niche and also expertise that you have to have while conducting the SLR that not been applied in ordinary literature review. Okay. Actually, in this under this systematic searching process, there are three sub processes in this section. Okay, the systematic searching consists of three main processes, which are identification, and then you do your screening, and also lastly do the second screening is known as the eligibility. Okay, the systematic searching technique comprises of three main processes. Okay, you cannot skip any of these processes under systematic searching. First, you have to conduct the identification strategy, and then do the screening and do the second screening, or known as the eligibility. Okay, all right. We go to the first step in systematic searching process. Okay, the identification. Okay, what is identification? Actually, identification actually is referring to a process to diversify or increase keywords of research. Okay, for example, you have already identified your major keyword that you mentioned in your research question, for example. Okay, and then what you have to know in this subsection, you have to identify some diversified keywords based from your major keyword. For example, you have to find some synonym. Any keyword or words will have same meaning to your major keyword, or that related to your major keyword, and also the variation. For example, variation in terms of your keyword, maybe it will include singular or plural keywords, or maybe the keyword will is related to the spelling differences, British or American, for example. So you need to have the synonym there, okay, or variation there, or you have to put some related word to make sure that the correct article will be able by the database to search for an accurate, and also particular article can be detected, can be found, okay, while during your searching strategy, conducting your searching strategy technique. Okay, for example, okay, okay, how you going to find the synonym or related word or variation of keyword from your major keyword? Okay, first we can make use on the easiest way by using the online thesaurus. Okay, or you can make use the keyword that be suggested from the previous study, for example, or keyword that be suggested by any prominent database. For example, the keyword that be suggested from the Scopus or from the websites, or maybe at least you can get some opinion from the expert of that particular field, or maybe you can ask from your colleague that have a similar area in your interest of study, for example. Okay, let's look at the easiest way, but it is not compulsory. Sometimes it's not really accurate enough. For example, we're referring to online thesaurus. So I would like to stop my my presentation. I would like you to do some hands-on here. Okay, can you wait? Okay, can you see my slide here? So actually, I'm opening my internet, my Google.
Yes, doctor.
Okay, all right. For example, you type here thesaurus. Yes. Okay. Okay. You try to search for thesaurus synonym, for example. Okay, this is okay. You go to thesaurus.com. Okay, this is the most easiest way. Okay, for example. Okay, right. Okay. For example, just now. Okay, so I try to find a related. For example, problem solving. Just now I'm talking about problem solving. Okay, I just type problem solving. So I click search. Okay, so I will have some suggestion. Okay, some so it gives you some suggestion answers. Okay, finding which related to problem solving. For example, we have, okay, the red in color actually the most nearest, the close to problem solving. Okay, the next piece will be in orange color. Okay, we have analytical, investigative. So whether okay, it does you can choose, and also you can select if it is suitable. Okay, it doesn't mean that you have to accepted the suggestion that be given by this thesaurus.com. Okay, you can choose which you think synonym words that really related to yourself. If you feel that it's not related, then you can put aside. Okay, you can exclude all the suggestion that been given. Okay, this is one example of how to come up with the synonym of your major keyword, for example. Okay. Okay, I just want to share my slide here. Okay, okay. Now we go to my example. Okay, can you see my slide?
No, Doctor.
Not yet.
No.
No.
Okay, wait. Okay, now.
I can say.
Alright. Okay. For example, okay, this is an example of identification process. For example, so we take the research question that have already used before. Okay, which referring to what are the problem solving and metacognitive strategy among computer science students in Malaysia. Okay, for example, okay, so now we extract the suitable keyword that you're going to guide your searching strategy. For example, okay, from that particular, okay, the purpose of producing research question is to extract the suitable keyword from that particular research question. Okay, what are the important keyword that you are think that you need really to focus in to guide your searching strategy later on. Okay, okay. For example, I try the first that identified in my research question is the problem solving. Not problem, not solving. Problem solving as the major keyword, as one keyword. We consider as one keyword. Okay, problem solving. Okay. Okay, then we have the metacognitive. Okay, so I exclude the strategies. The major keyword is the metacognitive. And for example, the third keyword that I would like to use for my searching technique later on is the computer science. So for example, I have three major keyword. I have the problem solving, metacognitive, and also computer science. Okay, right. Right. Then, okay, by using the technique that I've already mentioned just now, whether you are using the online thesaurus, whether you are referring to any suggestion from the paper that you are referring to, okay, you come across some papers, for example, and then or any keywords that have been recommended from any reputable databases, you can make use that for your synonym. Or maybe you can ask from any expert on that particular area on what are the synonyms for the suggested keyword that been construct during your research question development. Okay, for example, so identified some of the synonyms for problem solving. We have analytic, we have scientific, or systematic. Okay, for metacognitive, we have metacognition, for example. For computer science, we have computer, we have computing, we have computer technology, and also information technology. Okay, now we have already identified the major keyword and also the synonym of that particular. Okay, basically, you have three major keyword. Okay, the one that been put in bold, the first is the problem solving, the major second keyword is the metacognitive, and also the computer science. Okay, now what we're going to do, okay, before we go to the advanced technique to combine all these major keyword and also the synonym, now let's look some of the searching technique that available especially in Scopus and also in Web of Science. Okay, the first searching technique that you have to know, okay, before you conduct your advanced searching technique, okay, when you apply later on, you have to know some basic searching technique. Okay, this is compulsory if you are doing under information management faculty. Okay, you should know this. Okay, you should be trained on information skills. Okay, for example, okay, the first technique is known as the Boolean operator. Okay, there are three major concepts in Boolean operator. The first operator is the concept of AND. Second, we have OR and NOT. Okay, and mean, okay, if we are comparing either two, we have two types of keywords, and it's supposed when you put you using the concept the operator Boolean AND, it means that you have to, if you want to have in both searching, okay, in your searching you like to have the finding should be comprising both keywords. For example, we have politics and media, for example. It should be true, whereby if you want to have in both sides, keyword 1 and keyword 2, so you have to use and. Okay, result will be include in both terms. If you are using or, so the result will include one or both term. Okay, whether, okay, for example, law enforcement and police, it can be law enforcement. Okay, the result will come up if there is no literature on police but law enforcement, so it will list down all the literature review related to law enforcement. If you related to police, so it will come up with police. Okay, so anything keywords which referring to law enforcement or police will be included, okay, in your finding, for example, and not mean, okay, for example, it will exclude the result with the term following by not operator. Okay, this actually the source has been taken from Mississippi College website. Okay. Okay, we go to the second technique, phrase searching. Okay, this technique actually will apply how to exactly match on word in phrase search. For example, phrase search by using word binder or double quotes. For example, we have you're going to find article which related. Normally, it meant for a keyword that comprises more than 2 words. For example. Okay, if you do not put the double quotation mark, what happened? The database will do some errors. Maybe it will search for example, for mathematical communication. If you don't put into this double quote sign, it will find some article on mathematics and some papers on communication. But it's different. You want to have the keyword along to be the major keyword, you have to put in double quotation marks or sign. For example, metacognitive knowledge or problem solving skill, for example. Okay, so it will define by the databases as a 1 keyword, not 2 keywords. Okay, third will be the truncation technique. Okay, this technique is used in database by placing certain symbol at the end of words. Okay, at the end of word. Truncation is for in your keyword that you are going to put certain symbol. For example, by inserting asterisk or question mark or dollar sign. It depends on the database. Okay, the database that been used. For example, most of the database they can only accepted asterisk, question mark or dollar sign. But the most popular symbol that we use is the asterisk. Okay, for example, okay, to come up with variation of keywords. Okay, for example, we have mathematical communication. Okay, for example, we put the asterisk mark at the end of the keyword for each word. For example, mathematics, it can be mathematics. It can be for what purposes. For example, if you want to enable the database to find any keywords, any papers that related to mathematics, for example, communication or communications. Okay, that involve singular or plural words, for example. For example, we can have problem solving skills, for example. And also you can put, for example, educate. So we can have educational, we can have education, we can have education and others. Okay, for example, a wildcard, we can put it a technique that we use by database by placing certain symbol between the words. For example, this meant normally for spelling variation, and also for singular and plural. For example, woman, women, analyze. Okay, British spelling and also the American spelling. Okay, color, COLOUR, for example. Okay, you're going to make sure that the database will accept these types of papers to be in your finding, for example. And then the most important thing, okay, after we have all this technique, we can combine with field code function. Okay, this is the most important that will apply with the technique that been mentioned just now. Okay, normally for field code function, what we can use, okay, especially in Scopus database, okay, you go to the advanced searching technique. Okay, when you're going to enter the query string, you can use normally, okay, you guide the database to find the keywords at some different areas. For example, in that particular article, for example, you required the database to find the keyword at least to be at the title, for example, at the abstract section, and also the keyword, for example. So you may choose the option that being given. Okay, for example, I will show here. Okay, if you have your own account, for example, you can go to easy access UiTM. Okay. Okay, can you see my my screen now?
Yes, doctor.
Yes.
Okay, you go to easy access UiTM. Okay, I believe that everybody have your own account. Okay, easy access UiTM. You click to UiTM easy access UiTM University Technology Mara. Okay, so for students, okay, you type your matric number and also your IC number. Okay. Okay, then don't forget to click I accept and then submit. Okay, you go to online databases. Can you follow until here? Okay, and then for example, we go to Scopus database, click S, for example, Scopus database. Okay, let me close this on the, right. Okay, you go to Scopus and you click Scopus. Okay. Okay, this is the front page of the Scopus website. Okay, right. Okay. Okay, basically, UiTM comparing to other public university and also from any research university, UiTM have already invest in buying, in subscribing complete databases, okay, prominent databases. For example, we have Scopus and also Web of Science. Okay, so UiTM already invest a lot of money, but most of the students, especially the lecturers and also some of the postgraduate students do not use these databases optimum, okay, in full capacity. Okay, according to the finding that most of the students did not use effectively these databases. It's quite sad to hear that, because most of the university we can found that they do not have very comprehensive coverage of subscribing the databases. But UiTM, UiTM spend a lot of money. You have to make use of all of these databases. Okay, do not merely focusing on the Google Scholar, because it doesn't control the quality of research paper in Google Scholar. But in these databases, especially the bibliometric databases, such as Scopus and also Web of Science, we can have a lot of papers inside there. You can have a full paper to that you can use as for your references later on. Okay. Okay, in this page, what you have to do, you go to you click to this option, the advanced document search option. Okay, then you have stated here entering query string. You click at this entering query string, and then you just click T at your keypad T. Also, it come up with a field code function. Okay, it will give some suggestion. Okay, whether to find the keywords from title, title abstract. Okay, normally what the SLR papers usually when you're going to conduct SLR, we are recommend that you use the title, abstract and keyword field codes. Okay, for example, you choose title, abstract and keywords, for example. Okay. Okay. Okay, you can try at your own computer. Okay, for example here, title, abstract and keywords. Okay, for example, just now we have, and then only you type your keyword inside of this title, abstract, keyword. Okay, I will stop here. I will continue my explanation on this part. Later on, I will come up with this. Later on, we come to this part later on. Okay. Okay. Any questions so far? Okay. Okay. These are. Can you see the slide?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Doctor.
All right. Okay. For example, this is example. Okay. So just now, for example, I have, okay, I combine the field code function with truncation and truncation here. For example, I have a few techniques that been combined in my systematic searching. First, I have the field code function. Second, I have the phrase searching, whereby for the mathematical communication, I'm using the phrase searching to make sure that the database will find any keywords which related to mathematical communication, not on mathematical or not in communication. And then I'm using the truncation, okay, the asterisk at the end of the keywords. And also I'm using the Boolean operator and, whereby I would like to have article from mathematics, communication, and strategic, for example. Okay. So let me try first, okay, mathematics, communication, and strategic, for example. Okay, so I put here mathematics. Okay, mathematics, I put asterisk, communication. Okay, don't forget to close the phrase just now. Okay, we have, this is the first keyword. Okay, let's say that I have two major keywords. Okay, and also I don't have any acronym, for example. I don't have any acronym, for example. And so you sorry, I have to share my slide first. Okay, can you see my slide on entering query string?
Okay, nampak.
Okay. Okay, first of all, what you have to do, okay, type the first keyword, mathematics, communication. Okay, don't forget to close the phrase string just now. And then you go outside of the bracket just now, you put another bracket. Okay, you type and, for example, I would like to have both keyword in my searching technique. So the second will be strategic. Okay, for one keyword, you don't have to put phrase if you want to. Strategic. Okay, strategic. Strategic, for example. Okay. Strategic. Okay. And don't forget the last part will be you have to put all the keyword into one bracket. Okay. Okay. Means that this is the major bracket here, the last one, and the internal bracket is meant for each keywords. Okay. Then only you go to search. Okay, you click the search. Okay, so you wait for the database to come up with the finding. Okay, okay, so we have 53 documents found, for example. Okay, so you have found your document here. Okay, what you have to do later on? Okay, in SLR 53 is considered not too specific, not too broad. Okay, because later on we're going to screening all these papers. Okay, 53. Okay, for example, we have found 53 document, for example. Okay, first of all, before you proceed with the next step, okay, you can you can copy all these documents, for example. Okay, the first technique that we use, you can use Microsoft Word, for example, to capture what are the keyword that been used, so that you cannot forget. Okay, you don't forget on what the keyword that been used. Okay, especially okay. Basically, in Scopus, it has a function to save your searching string that it been used. Okay, you can use save search here. Okay, to keep, but you have to use you have to log in into your Scopus account first. Then you can save. If you are not have any Scopus account, what you can do, you just copy your title here. Okay, copy the title. You go to Microsoft Words, for example. Okay. Okay, can you see my Microsoft, my Words document?
No,
you see?
no.
Okay. Okay, now can you see my screen on Microsoft Words?
Yes.
Okay, you copy the keyword that already written down just now. Okay, and also you can copy how many the result that been found. Okay, the document. Okay, for example, 53 document. Okay, you put here. Okay, for your guideline later on. Okay, to trace the step that been that you have already used for your searching strategy. Okay, right? So for this title, you found 53 document found in Scopus, for example. In Scopus database. Okay, so you have to 52. Okay, so okay, this is the first step in identification process. Okay, so how to have okay, what you can do, okay, how to get all this the list of this paper, you just click on, okay, just click on. Can you see my database screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then you can see, okay, you click at more here. Okay, there are some menu here. We have all export, download, citation overview. You click at this menu, more. Okay, it will pop up a list of subtitle here, and then go to create bibliography. Okay, click more and go to create bibliography. Okay, you go to create bibliography. So you have your bibliography here. Okay, you maintain the format as HTML. The style APA 6th edition, American Psychological Association 6th edition here, and then you click create bibliography. Okay, click bibliography, and then wait for the results. Okay, so it will produce print out the references of the 53 references that been found by the database from your searching technique just now. You can print, you can save, or you can email. For example, a copy of the 53 references here. Okay. So I put it in my my Word document. Okay, I have. So you can change the format here. Okay. So you don't have to have a lot of pages here. Okay, you can minimize the font size. Okay, all right. So I will reduce the paragraph and also the size. Okay, line spacing. So I'm going to have a single spacing here. All right. So these are the articles. Okay, this is the first round on this is the first step in identification process under searching strategy. Okay. All right. Any questions so far? Okay, before we go to the screening part. Okay, is it okay? Can follow?
Good, Doctor.
Okay. Okay, so we have already found the articles, okay, involved from the identification process. Okay, now, okay, for this, these are some of the steps that I've already shown just now. Okay, and then, for example, okay, then what you're going to do? Okay, for example, that you're going to look into. Okay, just now you have already searched for papers in Scopus database. Okay, let's say that you're going to search same papers in Web of Science. We go to another bibliometric database that is the most prominent one, that is Web of Science. What are you going to do? Okay, for example, you go back to your online database. Okay, I'm going to close this one, the quick bibliography, for example. So I'm going to go back to my, okay, for example, let's leave this one, the Scopus database screen. So you go back to your item library resources, you go to W. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, you go to W, go to item library resources, you go to W, and then you
Yes.
click Web Science. Okay, click Web Science. Okay, when you are comparing two databases, if you are using this, you have to use a similar keywords, okay, to enable that both databases that been using, for example, Scopus and both databases to find a similar keywords. Okay, you have that been stated in your research question. You have to use the in both databases similar keywords. Okay, to make sure that they will find related papers. Okay, now we go to you click to document. You go to advanced search also. You just copy, okay, at the query review here, okay, because some of the function is quite different from the Scopus. Okay, you copy the keyword that you have used in Scopus database. Okay, copy the keyword just now, and then you paste into this query section. Okay, you paste here. Okay, you paste here. Okay, and do some amendment, especially on the field code function here, because this is meant for Scopus database. Okay, in Web Science, it use different types of key code function. It doesn't have title, abstract and so keyword. You change into TS. TS stand for title search, and then put equal symbol. Okay, TS stand for title search for similar search keywords that been used in Scopus database. Okay, and then you go for search. Click the search button. Okay, so you have 40 results from Web of Science. Okay, so you copy the keyword that been used. Okay, for example, okay, we go to Scopus. You copy this keyword. Okay, for example, for WOS. Okay, so I copy this one. So I change to Web Science. Okay, Scopus data I change to Web of Science database. Okay, I change title keyword here to TS, and also equal sign here. So 40 documents that been found. Okay, okay. Okay, you select all the papers in Web of Science. Okay, what you do? Okay, the limitation of WOS, it doesn't have any. It cannot list down as what you can do in Scopus. What you can do, you can export. Okay, for example, I try to export in, for example, in plain text file, for example. Okay, export the font. Plain text. I think this is not plain text. Sorry. Export to printed HTML file. Okay. let me see first. Okay, you have all this. Okay. You cannot have in APA citation format as what the Scopus did just now. Okay, you copy this file, you can save it in your computer. Okay, in your folder. The 40 papers here. Okay, we're going to use this list of papers that been found in Clarivate's Web of Science later on. To do the screening later on. Okay. Alright? Okay, is it okay? Can everybody follow?
Yes. Doctor, I have a
So,
question.
pardon, yeah.
From the searching that you do just now, the
Okay.
Scopus one, the Scopus, you
Okay.
search for the title and abstract, right? At ABS.
Title, abstract, and also keywords.
Okay, so the searching will appear the keyword that we
That
use
will appear either in title, abstract, or keyword.
for keyword, but
Yes.
from the Web of
WOS.
Science
Yeah.
that you search just now is only for the title.
Mm-mm.
So how is it possible? Because the searching that we do just now, that you do just now, is
Mm-mm.
from the different, I mean like the difference, not different
Okay,
scope.
actually, WOS does not have the facility, the function that been used, the key function that including both title, abstract, and also keyword, but the most suitable that can suit with the Scopus database that been done by most of the prominent author, they use title search only for WOS.
So later on in our
No
paper,
problem, no problem.
later on in our paper, we need
Okay.
to clarify.
You don't you just okay, you clarified as abstract, keyword, and also abstract. Keyword and also title, keyword, and abstract.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the search keyword from both
Okay, normally in WOS, when you are using TS just now, title search, it also will include keywords and also abstract also.
yeah. Oh, okay. The WOS.
Yes, for WOS.
If we use TS, it include in 3 part lah.
Yes, 3 places in your searching strategy just now.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, all right. Okay, for example, if you want to add some alternative database, for example, in some areas, there is not much references in Scopus and database, especially in Islamic studies. For example, most students from Islamic studies, so there's not much references that been published under Scopus or WOS. Or you can find some other, you can make use some other databases, for example, Emerald, Tele and France, okay, IEEE, okay, we can use some of the publisher databases instead of using, but this is the common one that been used. Okay, these databases is known as the major databases. Okay, if for those area of research is not much on these databases, what you have to do, you can include your alternative database, okay, from Google Scholar. Okay, how to use Google Scholar in your searching strategy. Okay, because in Google Scholar it doesn't support some of the operators that you have in Scopus and also WOS, because it has some limitation. For example, okay, for example, what we can do, okay, at least like this. Okay, you go to your search engine. Okay, you type.
You can see your screen.
You cannot see my screen. Okay, wait. Okay, sorry, I unshared just now.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, right. Okay,
So,
thank you very much. Okay, you go to Google Scholar.
sorry, Doctor. And then what is the minimum article that we need to
There's no
form as a
specific. Just now, as based on Thomas and also from Okili, if you are too specific, what you can do, you have not much article to review. Okay, there are some studies that only after screening process, after throughout the quality appraisal process, they have really come up with for example, 8 to 10 papers only, for example, after screening. Okay, this also been accepted. It depends on your study.
How about the years, doctor? Can we
Okay, this will be
limit it?
the second part. I will discuss later on the screening part.
Okay, thank you, doctor.
Okay, all right. This is only the first phase of searching strategy, the identification. I will discuss on the what has been mentioned just now regarding to some of the criteria, for example, years, languages, types of document later on. Okay, you go to Google Scholar. Okay, you take the because in Google Scholar it doesn't accepted. It cannot recognize Boolean operator, but we can use the the double quotation mark, but you cannot use the operator, Boolean operator. You can use that. So what you have to do, you put, okay, for example, we have apa ni, we have for example mathematic, just now mathematic. Okay, mathematics, for example, mathematic communication. Okay, you put in one bracket. Okay, the second keyword just now we are using strategy. Okay, strategy. You just write down the basic keywords. Do not focus on the plural or singular. Okay, and others. Okay,
Can we use the wildcard?
Wildcard, no, it doesn't accept it. I do not know. If not mistaken, it doesn't. It cannot recognize wildcard also. If not mistaken. Okay, maybe the latest one. You can try. Okay, for example, you take these two. Okay. Okay, katakan kalau, okay, for example, okay, we try wildcard. Okay. So it doesn't found any papers related to that particular paper. It cannot recognize wildcard here. Okay. So change the into normal keyword. Okay, very simple keyword here. Strategy. Okay. Then okay. So you have about 198 results. Okay. So you can copy this one. Okay, you go to your word just now. Web Science. We have Google Scholar database. Okay, so we found about 198 results. Okay. 198. Okay, for example. Okay, you don't have to go through every single article here. Okay, just noted that you found 198 and what are the searching keyword that been used. Okay, to guide your strategy. Okay, before you go to the screening part. Okay, now let's go into the second part. Okay, you have already identified papers from WOS database. We have already identified papers from Scopus and also alternative database. Okay, for example, if you're going to report your searching systematic searching technique that based from the first pace in systematic searching pace process. That is the activation. You put it into the table. What are the database that have been used? For example, you are using the alternative database. You put it in another column and also another row which specified we are using 3 databases. We have Scopus, we have Science, and also Google Scholar. So what are the keywords that have been used? Okay. All right. What can be referred to as an expert? Okay. Okay. For this process, okay, to make sure that the identification, who can be referred as the expert to make sure that the keyword that been used during identification process, you can refer, expert can be referred to your own supervisor or your co-supervisor or your seniors if you are a lecturer that conducting research, or other as long as they have extensive knowledge that related to the field that you are studying. Okay. Krauss et al. Emphasize the importance to have an exhaustive and also precise concept of identification process. Okay. All right. Okay, now we go to the second step, the screening process. Okay, screening process actually is a process to select articles that are suitable and related to SLR based on set of criteria that and this process is done automatically by the database. Okay, for example, there are 2 ways of screening the article by clicking at the limit to or to exclude to. Okay, what do you mean by limit to? To keep the article that meet your the selected criteria, or you can exclude or remove the article that do not match the criteria, for example. Okay, normally in screening, okay, there are some suggestion from for example, because this is actually back to your own type of study, okay, your field of study base, because different area will have different criteria, okay, different requirement, and also it also depends on the how matured your area is, for example. Okay, for example, normally there are many criteria that we have in Scopus and also in Web Science, but the major criteria were based on publication year that is being highlighted by Okili and Shahabram. So Okili and Shahabram, he said that publication year is one of the important criteria for how old the article that you want to review. 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, for example. Okay, my student like to invent something new. Okay, so it don't want to have this criteria, the publication year, because you want to see starting from the existence of that particular area until the recent date. So we don't want to have some restriction on the publication year because it is totally new in that particular area. It doesn't mature enough, so you exclude the publication year. Okay, at least you should have at least one criteria to be included in your systematic research. Normally, okay, we apply the suggestion that been suggested by Johnson and Hennessy 2019. Okay, normally these are the most common criteria that been chosen at the screening process. Okay, the document type. Okay, normally during the SLR, most of the prominent author, okay, when they do their SLR, they will limit their articles to be reviewed based on the document type criteria. Okay, normally we will only choose the review article, journal article. We exclude the review conference proceeding, chapters in book, and also book in your book in and chapters in book and books in your SLR papers. But if you are using your discussion in your literature review, in your problem statement, you can exclude the document type. If you are producing papers, normally we choose this criteria, the document type. Okay, and last but not least, the language. Okay, this is suggested by Linares Espinos. For example, we only review the language we understand to avoid confusion. For example, we only review that we are familiar about. For example, the English. For example, the paper that been written in English, and also, for example, if you are mother tongue, you are Malays, maybe the paper is being read in Malay, for example. If you are a Chinese, you can understand Chinese, so you can include English and also Chinese. But nowadays, language is not a big issue because we can because if the paper is written in Chinese, for example, in Chinese language, we can translate using Google Translate, for example. You know how to translate a paper that been written beside English. You don't have to use additional or special AI tool. You can make use the Google Translate only. Do you have any experience using Google Translate? You want me to show you? Hello?
Yes, please, doctor.
Okay, for example, I give you one example. I don't have any paper in Chinese or any other paper beside English. You have any paper? If you want to share with me. Okay.
Basically, we just copy the phrase and then we paste it, or
No. You
is there any
have to copy. You don't have. You just attach the full paper only. Okay,
the
for
full
example.
paper?
Okay. For example, let's say you have a paper that been written. Okay, in a PDF format or document document format. Okay, that been written beside English. For example, we have maybe paper that been written in Chinese, maybe in Russian language, for example. Okay, you go to Google Translate. Okay, actually, there's a lot of a technique that I would like to share with you, but I don't want to touch that in this workshop. Actually, I have already prepared a notes, a powerful way on how to use Google Google search engine. Actually is a powerful search engine. I written a paper that is focused on power search using Google this paper, but I cannot share it in this session because we have to attend my another workshop later on if you want to have this session. Okay. So this paper is been written on how to make use Google. This workshop actually is on how to have a power search searching technique using Google. Okay. All right. Okay. What you can do? Okay. In this, can you see my Google Translate here?
No, we can only
No.
see you.
Oh,
No.
sorry. Okay, now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, doctor. I can see.
Okay, right. Okay, what you should do, okay, when you go to inside this Google, let me enlarge the screen first. Okay, you go to Google Translate. Okay, then you see that at the bottom of the frame, okay, the Malay, the translation, the frame that identified the main language and also change to which language. You can see at the bottom of the frame, you can see it stated that open in Google Translate and also feedback. So you click at the open in Google Translate. Okay, can you see? You click at open in Google Translate here. Okay, then
Yes.
okay, it will go to another screen, okay, which highlighted the Google Translate here. Okay, what you can under the title of Google Translate, you can upload the document that you have already identified. It related it related to your own area. You don't want to miss out that particular article that but the sad part is that it is been written in a language that you are not understand. Okay, but you can translate. So you go to document, for example. Okay, you click at the document, you can browse that particular article in your desktop. Okay, you click browse your computer, you go to the folder that that contains that particular article or journal that been written other than English. So it will translate for you. That's all. Okay, is it okay?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, you can try later on.
Okay.
I don't have any papers to show to you. Okay, right. Boleh? Okay. Now we go to the screen process. Okay, we continue. Okay, what is the time now? You need some break? 5-minute breaks?
Also,
Or you want me to continue?
both
Tak
are
boleh tak? You want to have 5-minute breaks or just continue?
Maybe have a 5-minute break, Doctor. Go to.
Yes, Zainab, you have to upload in PDF or document. Any document file. Any types of document file. Want to take 5?
can, Doctor.
Take 5? Okay, so 5 minutes break, okay? So we're going to meet again at 11:15. Okay? All right. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everybody. Everybody here? Can we start again our session? We have another 2 hours to go before we stop our session. Okay. I just go through the chat. Okay, everybody is here? Is online?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Semua ada
Doctor.
dah
Okay, clear.
Okay. Alright, okay. So I would like to answer some of the questions here that been posted at the chat chat box. Okay, from Admin, I'm sorry to ask, can we get Dr. slide after this? Okay, inshallah, we'll share my slide, okay, with the organizer, so we can have my slide later on. No worries. Okay, Akmal Faiz, I've attended 3 SLR workshop, yet not managed to write any SLR paper. I don't have any answer for this. Okay, maybe you have to learn to learn more. Okay, how many numbers of article that we need for SLR? Okay, I've already answered just now. It depends on your study. Okay, it depends on the maturity of study. Maybe sometimes it can be 8. There are some papers that been written on SLR that only synthesized, that been discussion only 8 papers, for example. Okay, 8 papers, 7 papers, is more than enough based on your study. Okay, the need of your study. That maybe if the ADs is too new, maybe you will get less paper, less paper. Okay, from Nur Ramawati, how many databases that we are recommended to use for a good SL paper? Actually, this will be highlighted in my next slide later on. Okay, at least do not use. Okay, minimum you can use at least 2 databases, not 1 database. Okay, 1 database is not considered, is not appropriate, it's not suitable. At least 2 to minimize bias. Okay, because sometimes the paper that you got in 1 database is not enough. Maybe the area of concern can be you can get more papers in other databases. At least two database. Okay, but not 1. Okay. Okay, Maya Shehabuddin, Doctor, you mentioned that Google Scholar sometimes do not have quality article. If you this article, it still can be used as a reference. Yes, you can use, but you have to filter first the paper that you identify, whether it is okay. The most important thing that the paper can be if it's not considered as a reputable from index on any flagship article, it can be considered and can be accepted, but the one that cannot be accepted is from the Predator Journal. Okay, how to make sure that how to screen the article that you got from Google Scholar is actually is supposed to be covered in my 2-day session. Okay, in this session I will not cover the session on how to make sure on how to identify a good article paper, okay, that going to be used in your SLR analysis later on. Okay, it will be part in it will be this I will discuss in my another session of SLR workshop. Okay, because I don't have much time to discuss that in this session. Okay, in my complete session, if we have a 2-day session of SLR, I will show you on how to read that particular paper. When you have all the papers, if you're going to do the quality appraisal, I will give you some tips, okay, technique on how to read a technical paper. Okay, when you read a thesis, it's different, or when you read a thesis, because if you going to be a thesis examiner later on, for example, for the doctors, sometimes one of the you are required to appointed to review to become an internal or external a PhD thesis, for example, you need to read a thesis or dissertation. Okay, reading a dissertation or thesis is different in reading a technical journal paper. Okay, different. If you want to become a reviewer for any conferences, journal is different. You become an examiner, okay, of a thesis. Okay, different. Reading technical paper, it needs some skills, okay, to on how to identify the issues, the problem, by focusing on certain aspect of parts in that particular paper. It will help you to get some overview on that particular paper. Okay, this technique also will be discussed inshallah in another session, but not in this session, because it requires some hands-on approach during that particular session. Okay, I think maybe later on. Okay, This is to answer Maya Shihabuddin question just now. Um,
Thank you,
okay.
Doctor.
Okay. Lagi apa How to structure Excel paper for the best result, Doctor? Okay. To structure Excel paper. Okay, just follow the guideline that we mentioned in the first step. Okay, from Mazlan, is same or different result when we use different searching technique using different online database. Yes, we will found different papers, and also you will have similar paper and different paper. Okay, I will discuss in our next discussion on the screening and also eligibility later on. Okay, all right. Any further question that you would like to ask before I start my presentation on screening part?
Doctor,
Any question? Okay, can
Doctor,
we
I'm now from Kelantan. Can I ask question?
Okay, yeah, one more.
Okay, just now you mentioned that whenever we use the keyword searching, you have to use the same search string for all the databases.
Okay, yeah.
What if for the two databases it's okay, and we use for the third database, there is a very limited result, maybe 2 or 3. So what we should do, whether we should change the database, the third database, or can we modify the search string?
Not to change the database, you change your searching keywords.
So it can be changed. So it can be
Yes, it can be
changed.
changed. Yeah. Do not change the database, but you change the searching string that you use. You go back to the second process. Okay. The second process, the formulate, you go back to the second process of SLR. You have to check your formulation of your research question for SLR. Okay, and change the strategy of the keyword that been used. Maybe the keyword is not rigorous enough. It's not suitable to be used.
Doctor, means that for the first and the second database, we can still use the original search string.
No. If you want to, okay, you have to standardize on any databases that you are using for your identification strategy. Okay, you have to make sure that you are consistent in the terms that been used. For example, if you find that you found that the major, for example, if you have found that there are major using the major keyword that been extract from the research question, you find that you have ample finding from both major databases, but you cannot found in the alternative database, then you proceed with that particular search string that you are using at the early the first decision just now. But if you cannot find any papers from all those databases, then only you have to formulate again your research question. Okay, it doesn't mean that if you don't the finding in one database is not enough. It doesn't mean that the research question is the research string that been used is not or the keyword that been used is not okay. But maybe you have to refine back that particular research question and make sure that the research question, the keyword that been used is consistent for each database. Okay, it should be similar. Do not, for example, for Scopper, you have two major keyword and you have the synonym, okay, the alternative database, and also the some other database that been used for the identification process should be also similar.
Okay, Doctor, noted. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Okay, I will show you the example later on. Okay, okay. For example, like this. Okay, just now I just give you the simple one. Okay. For example, okay, all right. For example, I give you one another sample. Okay. Okay. Kejap ya. Okay, let's use this example. Okay. Okay. For example, this one. Okay, we have problem solving, analytic, scientific, and systematic. For example, I will choose analytic for the. Boleh nampak screen ke? Can you see my screen?
Cannot.
Nampak, Doktor?
Not yet. Okay, wait. Okay, now can you see my screen?
Yes.
Use this example. Okay. For example, I would like to have my major. So I have three major keywords. We have problem solving. Okay, and then the alternative for problem solving, we have analytic, scientific, and systematic. So I will choose analytic. Okay, analytic. Okay, so metacognitive, we have so analytic, I don't want to have analytic because it cannot replace problem solving. Analytic is something different. So I would like to have metacognitive, metacognition. Okay, metacognition. Computer science, I would like to have computer science, computer science. We have computer science and also maybe computing and also information technology, for example. Okay. So we go to Google Scholar. Sorry, we go to Scopus. Okay, Scopus. We go to Scopus. Okay. Okay, we start with new query. Okay. So I'm going to close this. Okay. Google Translate. Okay, I'm going to close the one that we used before. Okay, I'm going to do my new query. Okay, under okay. So I change this one. Okay. Okay, first of all, for example, just now we use two major keyword without having any synonym. Okay, first what we have to do, you just type the major keywords first. Okay, first we have the problem solving. Okay, so I'm using the field code function, also the phrase searching. We use problem solving. Okay, problem solving. Okay, and we use and because we want to have the three major keyword into our finding. Okay, we type the second one is the metacognitive. Okay, then the last one will be computer science. Okay, since it consists of two keywords, so we have to put into double quotation mark. Okay. Okay, make sure that all these keyword will be in different bracket, and also you have the major bracket inside outside. Okay, and then for problem solving, if for problem solving we don't have any synonym. For example, metacognitive, we have the alternative, so we put or inside here. Okay, or here metacognitive, we have metacognition. Okay, and for computer science, we have the alternative for computer science. We have or here, computer science. We have computing. We have information technology, for example. Okay. Okay, or here. Okay, so we do we click the search button. Okay, let's say that we have papers. So how many papers here? Okay, we have 115 document found. Okay, all right. Okay, we copy this query just now in Scopus. We go to Web of Science. Okay, we take exactly the same, including the synonym. Okay, without we have to take specifically what has been used in Scopus. We should use the similar keywords. Okay, for example, okay, we change here, paste here. Okay, change to TS. Okay. Okay, analyze results. So what you have here, 30 publication. Okay, 30 publication selected from websites. Okay, for example, you have alternative. Okay, just now in Scopus, you have 115 document, but in Web Science, we have only in Web Science we have 30 publication. Okay, let's say that you think that these two databases is not enough, so you're going to have some alternative database. For example, you're going to have from Google Scholar. Okay, Google Scholar. Okay. Okay, for example, you copy all these. Okay, you don't have to copy. Okay, because okay, what you have to put here. Okay, you take the first keyword, problem solving. Okay, then it should be you have to write the second major keyword, that is meta-cognitive. Okay, and then the alternative, meta-cognitive, the alternative or the similar keyword to meta-cognitive, meta-cognition. Okay, we have the meta-cognition here. Okay, and then the third keyword will be computer science. Okay, and also the alternative for computer science, we have computing and also information technology. Okay. Okay. This is the correct way on how to make sure that you are consistently using the similar keyword in every databases that been selected. Okay, then you have one result only. So you have one that focusing on it. Okay. Just now we have 150 in Scopus. We have only 30 in Web Science, and we have one result exactly that referring to the keyword that we mentioned here. So you maintain with this strategy, okay? The keyword that been used in your in all the databases. Okay, you cannot. Okay, in for example, in Google Scholar, you exclude one of the keyword that been used in another two databases. You have to include all the databases that been used by the previous databases. Okay, all right. Is it answering your question, Pano?
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, right. Okay. Okay. Then we go to the second technique in under systematic searching. That is the screening process. Okay, in screening process, okay, actually, normally we can, okay, normally the most criteria that been used is the document part. But if you want to use the publication criteria and also language, you have to justify why you're going to use publication and also publication criteria and also sorry, the publication year and also languages. Okay, you have to justify. At least document. Okay, normally we try to stick, if you are writing systematic literature review for writing to a journal, for example, at least you should use the criteria document type that been recommended by Johnson and Hennessy. Normally for SLR papers, they are interested. Okay, we like to see because journals and also conference proceeding is considered by different types of document in different platform. So we cannot appraise a different document type in when you're going to do some comparative study to do the synthesis of the content. Normally we try to stick with one types of document. Okay, normally we are looking at the review journal only. If you are writing a thesis, then you can exclude the document type because we want to see some insight and also some discussion in maybe there's not many study that been which related to your area that been written in reputable journal, but maybe of the maybe some of the discussion has been shared during in conference session, for example. For thesis discussion, you can exclude the documentation type, okay, but not for writing a SLR paper, okay, that you're going to send to a journal. Okay, all right. Okay, and for your information, if you do a review for a systematic literature review article only, it is known as umbrella review. For example, okay, if you want to see some patterns in your own area, any SLR papers that been written which focusing on your area of concern, you can conduct systematic literature review on systematic SLR paper only. Okay, your article that you're going to review will focus on SLR paper only. It is known as an umbrella review. Okay, you are screening, you are identifying papers on SLR paper. You want to know what are the thing that been discussed by prominent author in your area of study. Okay, if there any paper that been written, any SLR paper that been written which regard to your study, so you can conduct this review is known as umbrella review. Okay, I will give you some example. Okay, for example, okay, for example, I go to Scopus database. Okay, for example, so I'm going to edit this one. Okay, for example, this is not, we are not going, I still in identification process, not on the screening part yet. Okay, for example, these are the major keywords that been used. Okay, first we have the problem solving. Okay, the second keyword will be metacognitive, and also the acronym, the synonym of metacognitive, we have metacognition, and also the third major keyword will be the computer science with the alternative or the related word that referring to computing and also information technology. Okay, we go to the next major keyword that you have to put to find any SLR paper on this particular area. So you put N, and then you put another bracket here. Okay, you start with the first of keyword that you're going to, if you want to find only the SLR paper, you put the acronym for SLR. Okay, short, whether it is uppercase or lowercase, okay, either or, SLR, which, or, okay, we have a systematic literature review, okay, or systematic review, or maybe you want to look at the meta-analysis study. Okay, meta-analysis. So you click search. Okay, in my field of study, for example, there are two SL paper that been written, but the first one in conference, that been written in conference, they've been written in year 2021. And the second paper is the journal paper, intervention for executive function after traumatic brain injury. Yang ini tak ada, this not related, this one is not related. Okay, so I can go to abstract to see whether okay problem solving. So the problem solving is not referring to computer science study area. So this one problem solving and computer thinking. Okay, maybe this one is related, but it is not written in journal article, but is in conference proceeding. Okay, so the importance of reading of this study, okay, by examining, by analyzing the SLR paper which related to your own area, we give you some analysis on trend and pattern which regard of your own study. Okay, if you found that there is no SLR papers that been done in your own area, so your next SLR, the SLR paper that you're going to introduce later on will be the first paper on SLR that that will discuss in terms of systematic review in your own area. So you will be the first one in your own area to write the SLR paper. Okay, so this is the advantage of writing this paper. If there is no one at the moment that wrote any SLR paper in your own area. Okay, so it will become advantage to you to write SLR paper. Okay, all right. So we go to the second the screening process again. Okay. Okay, for example, just now, how we going to do the screening process? We go to the Scopus database. Okay, you go to at the left column on the screen. Okay, for example, so I don't want to. Okay, I just want to. For example, that I want to choose the criteria according criteria for my screening that I'm going to review only journal paper. For example, so we go to the source type. Okay, I just want to have journal only, not other than that, journal. Or maybe you can choose this one, document type. Okay. I'm going to edit this one first. For example, I don't want to do umbrella review. So, okay, ini. Okay, this is the actual searching just now in Scopus. Okay, we have 115. Okay, 115. Okay, so we go to document type. Okay, you go to document type. I just want to have article. Okay, so I click article. Okay, so I don't want to have okay. Okay, for example, we have Turkish here, English and Turkish. For example, we have Turkish here. Okay, for example, before I proceed, I just want to show you one paper. Okay, I want to make sure that this Turkish paper, if I don't want to exclude Turkish, so I go to Turkish here. So I have one paper here. So I exclude language. So I will keep. I don't want to. I want to accept this paper Turkish. I will screening this paper later on. So I just want to have document one criteria only, the article, the journal article. So I click limit to according to what have been selected from the criteria at the left side here. So I go to limit to. So I have the 30 about 30. How many papers we have? Right, mana ni? Sekejap. Okay, we have 115. Okay. Okay, 115. So I will choose only document type 34 article. So I will limit to this document type. Okay, I click limit to. So I have 34 articles here. So I have 34 articles here, 34 articles. And one of the articles, so I already do my first screening on that particular paper. From 115, when I screen, I got 34 document based on one criteria, which means that I only select only journals out of any other document type. Okay, but in this 34 document type, according to language selection just now, we have one paper that been written in Turkish language. Okay, so I just want to see whether it is to see the content actually. Okay, the paper that been written in Turkish. Never mind, later on. Wait, okay, okay, so so now we have the we have the screening process. We have the article 34, for example, limit 2. Okay, what you do later on after screening process, you have the 34 articles, you select all these articles, and then you go to more here, create bibliography. Okay, create bibliography, and then okay, you have the finding here in terms of the reference in this APA format. So you copy this format. There are these articles, the 34 articles. Okay, you go to the document just now. Okay, this is the paper that you have identified just now. Okay, this is something else. For example, just now we have, for example, we have the 115 tadi, 115. Okay, not this article yang ni bukan. Okay. These are the example that we did the earlier before. Okay, not this one. Okay, katakan this one. Okay, this is during the identification process. Okay. Okay. The next process, screening. Okay, you got 34. Okay, 34 document. 34, and then you paste the article here. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is the 34 article. Okay. All right. Okay, this will help you to design your discussion later on. Okay. By having all this document later on. Okay. For example, in this example that been shown you in this slide. Okay. For example, we have three criteria. We have the subject area on mathematics. For example, the for source type or document type, we only choose journal, and the language that limit to the language also in English. So you have to create another table to define, also to explain the screening process. For example, what are the criteria that been chosen? For example, if you are choose the document type, so you mention only the criteria that we choose is source type ataupun document type. Okay, if you have three criteria, you have to mention what are the eligibility, what are the that been included in your criteria in screening process. For example, what are the keyword that been what are the criteria that you are limit to, that you want to include in your study. For example, in this subject area, we're going to focus on mathematics area, journal, and also language that be written in English. So you're going to exclude the non-mathematics other than journal, for example, conference, proceeding, book, or book series, or chapters in book, for example. And you're going to exclude article that be written other than English, for example. So you have to set your criteria, and by defining and also mentioning in term of table in your paper. Okay. This is the process just now. Okay, and also you have to screenshot the screening queries that you have done. Okay, in Scopus and also in other databases that been used. Okay. All right. Okay. Now we go to the third process that is known as the second screening process, that is known as eligibility. Okay, eligibility process is the third process, the last process in systematic search criteria. Okay, whereby the systematic search and it can be considered as okay. In this process, actually, again you have to examine the selected article. For example, just now, based from the major keyword from problem solving, metacognitive, and also computer science, we have from Scopus database we have already found 115 keyword. After do the second process of screening, by limit to the document type that which refer to only journals, we found that there are 34 articles, okay, which related out of 115, for example. Okay, from that 34 article, what we have to do, we do another screening, which is known as eligibility or second screening. Okay, to make sure that the articles that been selected is related to the study. Okay, this screening or eligibility is not considered as a quality appraisal yet. Okay, what you do, you want to make sure that the article is considered related only, but you do not go in rigorous or you go in depth into the content yet. Okay, what are the things that you have to look into? You have to read basically whether the title, for example, the three major part, the title, the abstract, and also the keyword first. If you are not sure that whether it is related to your study, and then only you read the whole particular content of the article, it is non-eligibility. But at this pace, you are not trying to appraisal or measure the quality of that particular paper yet. Okay, this is non-eligibility. Okay, is it necessary to read the entire article? Okay, first you have to look at the title, whether it's determined whether it's related, suitable for your SLR. If not clear, you read the abstract. If not, and then only you read the entire article, whether it related or not. Okay. Okay. So there's how to read that particular article. So this I will discuss in other session later on. Okay. After screening at this level, eligibility, so you need to design a diagram to show the major process that been done, starting from deciding your research question. Okay, how many article that you found in that particular paper. Okay. Okay, this is an example. Example, for example, this is example flow diagram that been used. For example, you are using Prisma to show the process of eligibility. Okay.
Bukan si lawak dik.
Pardon? Hello? Any question? Okay, for example, you have to show this in your paper and also in your literature review process. Okay, how you come out with that particular, how you choose that particular paper. Okay, for this is the third process of SLR, the search strategy by conducting the identification, screening, and also the eligibility process. Okay, first at the identification level of phase, you have to record. Okay, how many you have to stated how many record that be identified at this space. Okay, and what how many databases that been used. As I mentioned just now, at least you have to in your search systematic searching process, at least you have to use at least 2 databases. Do not use one database as for your identification process. Okay, so for example, let's say that we have 2 major database in identification and 1 alternative database. We have, so how many record identified? So in Scopus, we have, for example, I'll come up with, for example, the finding, I got 629 record from Scopus and 381 record from WOS database. So the total will be 381 in Scopus and also 248 in WOS. So the total of from these two databases we have 629, and also from Google Scholar, for example, let's say that you have a number of record, for example. So you have to state it there. Then you total up the record, and then you remove the duplicate article from all the databases. Okay, after duplication, how many article that you have that remains? Okay, that you find it is duplicate from Scopus, WOS, and also from Google Scholar. You eliminate the duplicates and you remain the total numbers of record or articles. Okay, and then you do the screening. Okay, this one, the one that you have, this is the process before screening. This is the identification phase, whereby you do not include the criteria yet. On the screening part only, you screen the article by stating out what are the criteria that have been included in the screening process. For example, you are using, for example, years, publication years, okay, document type and also language, for example. So after screening, how many articles that been excluded? So you, for example, after excluded, you have you found that after screening, 53 article, for example, has been removed. Then the total remain will be 574. Okay, this number you got from the actual total after duplication 627. And then you how many article that been excluded? So we have the total article remain. Okay, total article remain after excluded. How many that you have? Okay, terbalik tu Okay, suppose the arrow here should be at this way on the left side, not on the right side. Okay, and then you do the eligibility. In eligibility, you screen the balance article. Okay, based on whether it is related with your study or not. For example, you are doing something on computer science, but the study is something else in different area. For example, the study focus on engineering part. Okay, the computer science, computer programming in engineering. So we would like to exclude that particular area. So you exclude that during the eligibility process. Okay, if you are not sure, you are not clear whether the article is related or not, even though you have already read the whole article in that particular paper. So my suggestion is you please remain the article. Do not exclude yet. Okay, you will exclude when you are doing your quality appraisal later on. If you are not sure, remain the balance article that you got. If you are not sure during the eligibility process whether to exclude, to remove, or to not to remove, better, if you are not sure, so better, the safe way is to retain that particular paper first. All right?
I have a question.
Okay.
For the duplicate article, right? Do we need to manually read and remove the duplicate article?
Yes. That's why you have to have the list of, but in Scopus we have, just now I show you how to get the list, but in WOS you cannot easily get the list. You have to translate it into different format. And then, for example, if you know how to use Mendeley, for example, or EndNotes, you can extract the data. You can download the data into CSV format, for example, and then you put it into the list as I done in Scopus database just now. And then you go one by one to see which article, which are duplicate that we found the article in WOS, and what article can be that also we have in during our finding in Scopus database. And also same goes to Google Scholar. And then you remove the duplicates one.
So
You have to
basically,
do it manually.
basically there is no shortcut way to
No,
remove.
no. That is the tedious way that you have to do in SLR. That many people don't want to write SL paper because these are the things that common thing that you have to go through.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Okay. Any further question? Any further question? Can I proceed? Oh, we have another 1 hour to go. Okay. Okay, these are the things that I mentioned just now. Okay, where can I find my material for my SLR? You can search from the main database. Okay, the main database, for example, from the bibliometric database from Google, from Scopus or from Web of Science. This is known as bibliometric database. Or you can find from any publisher database. For example, we have Emerald, we have Xavier, we have Talents France, we have IEEE. Okay, we can also search from the support databases, from Google Scholar, for example, and we can search manually. Okay, to any through search, Google search, for example. Alright, what are the primary database supported database? The primary database is a database that is expected to produce the most article for your SLR. Okay, do we need a supporting database? Okay. Okay, according to Ziao and Watson, this is your justification. You can use this justification to write in your paper, and also I've already stated the question and also the answer here. You can use the justification here to support your justification in your paper. Whether if you need to use any supporting database, you can cite. You can quote from these authors. For example, according to Ziao and Watson 2017, there is no database complete. Okay, and according to Hardaway, supporting databases can be used to include any article that may not be found in the main database. You can cite Hardaway and all 2015. Okay, right. Okay, beside the use advanced searching technique, why do we have to use manual searching? Okay, beside having, for example, it is allowed to support your advanced searching technique just now. Okay, whereby you combine your advanced searching technique using the field code function, the Boolean technique, the truncation, maybe wildcard there. Okay, the phrase searching. You can also include the manual searching technique that we have discussed earlier, which referring to hand picking, hand searching, and snowballing. Okay, especially when when we conduct the eligibility process. Okay, just now to see the relatedness of the papers. So what you can do, okay, especially in supportive databases. Okay, for example, so what you can do, you can use this hand picking and hand searching and also snowballing method. Okay, for example, because in especially in supporting database or alternative database, for example, this one that I showed you just now. Okay, this one. Okay, we have one result, for example. Okay, okay, let's say that, okay, this is one to answer the question that been asked by Puan Noor and also Aida just now. Okay, for example, if we strict to this database, because this Google Scholar, it did not have a precise searching technique because it doesn't include, for example, it doesn't have any function on field code function. It doesn't have any, it doesn't support Boolean operator function. It doesn't support, for example, wildcard and truncation. For example, so I will exclude, for example, I will exclude metacognitive. Okay, let's say, for example, I'm excluding computing technology, for example. So maybe I will have many results. Okay, for example. So from this result, so I just want to have some idea what are the, since that this is not accurate enough for this one because we do not have any rigorous technique that been done by that we have in Scopus and also WOS, we can for at this level you can at the eligibility level you can exclude some of the keywords that you think is not relevant for this alternative to get some other some other papers beside of using the actual that been used by the scopers and also the phrases that we have, the keyword that been used before. Okay, at this level you can use the hand picking and hand searching to find another some potential papers that may be related to the study. Okay, so because of the problem of the searching function that can be used in Google Scholar, because of the limitation, it is allowed to have to revise, to exclude some of the alternative keywords from this alternative database to come to have more precise article finding, and then you have to go through the paper by looking at, okay, same goes to the main databases. Just now you have to look into the title, you have to look into the apa ni dia punya the criteria just now, okay, sorry, the title and also from the abstract, and then only decide whether to whether it's related or not to be included in your discussion or your quality appraisal later on. Okay, this is meant for the alternative database. Okay, any question? Okay, so manual searching is still considered important also. You can make use that. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. How to report the manual search using in SLR article? Okay. Refer to the given. Okay. Actually, I have another article to show you later on. Okay. After this, how many database should I use in SLR? Okay. This to answer the Puan No just now. Okay. A very subjective question. It advised to use the concept of the more is the better. Okay. Do not use only one database. At least use two databases. The more databases you use, the more likely you are get to more relevant articles. Okay, what major database is suitable for you to use in your SLR? Okay, you can use, okay, just now you can make use of the bibliometric, at least bibliometric databases, or can use any specific databases as which related to your own field of study. Okay. If you think that, for example, the one that I've highlighted here is meant for the medical studies. For example, okay, some research area, maybe in your study, you can have more papers in Emerald, for example. So you can choose Google Scholar. Sorry, you can have Scopus. We can have WOS. That is compulsory. You can have another database. You can add into, for example, Emerald, for example, as your some alternative database. You can have Tele and France, for example, the most prominent database that been referred by many scholars, for example, in your own area. You can ask your faculty members, for example, in similar area, or maybe your, for example, if you're a student, your lecturers, for example, your supervisors, okay, what database beside Scopus and WOS that you think that is most literature in my area will be in that particular database. So you can ask from your supervisors also, okay, to get some ideas. All right. Okay. Okay, can I use Google Scholar just now? So I already mentioned that Google Scholar can be used in writing your SLR. Okay. If I do, can I publish in Scopus or Web Science? Okay, there are many studies, and also according to Dr. Hairul also, he wrote a paper that been published in WOSQ1, whereby he include Google Scholar as part of the databases in his study. So actually it's been accepted. So what is the concern of AIDA just now is regarding to the quality of whether the paper is the article that going to be included just now, okay, that been whether it is a predator journal is not quality paper. Okay, this will be appraised or be reviewed later on under quality appraisal. Okay, whether to accept or to reject. But at this level, you accept that particular paper in Google Scholar. without identifying whether it is a predator journal, it is a high quality paper journal, it is a low quality paper journal. This will we're going to review the quality of paper journal in next step later on in SLR. Okay, right. Any question so far? If not, I'm going to go to the next part, whereby we're going to start our quality appraisal. Just now, step 2, 3, and step 2 and 3. Okay, step 3 on the searching process, whereby we conduct identification process, we conduct the screening and also eligibility just to select papers only. Okay, we are not start to review the paper. We just only going to select papers only before conduct the analysis. Okay, the next step will be the article quality appraisal. Okay, this is the part whereby we going to exclude the the one that is not related, do not exceed, do not fulfill the criteria of the paper to be analyzed later on. Alright. Unlike the regular literature review, article quality assessment is strongly emphasized, because in normally in ordinary literature review we did not conduct these types of process, what is known as the quality appraisal. Okay. Normally what we do, we read that particular paper, we feel that it is related to our study, and then we accept it and we put in our literature. This is the common way that been done by many researchers, especially the PhD student. Okay, but this is not correct. You have to go the most important part, that is the quality appraisal, to make sure that it is really quality, because we don't want to have, sometimes you feel that particular paper, okay, you think that the particular paper that you are referring to is one that is most related to your study, and then you decided to, without appraising that particular paper, by do not measure the quality assessment on that on the content, you take that from that particular paper, and then you cited the work that been done by the authors from that particular paper. Okay. For example, if we say that the particular paper is a predator journal paper, okay, even though it is related, but the finding can be questionable. It's questionable. So you are citing that particular paper. What happened to your model later on? Your problem statement, you are referring. See, for example, you stated in your thesis, for example, in your study, this is my major article. This is my major model that lead to my research framework, for example. You are referring to that particular paper, but this paper is the quality of that particular paper is questionable. Okay, maybe the methodology that we use is not correct. Okay, the finding is not correct. Okay, it's not following the actual procedure in analyzing the data, for example. So the finding from that particular will be questionable, but you do not do any quality appraisal for that particular. You simply take the results and then you put it to justify your framework, for example. What is the implication later on? So when the panels, the examiner read your paper, when they saw these types of paper in your justification, so normally what happen, you're going to have some problems in terms of your justification to have that particular framework, and also the development of instrument later, and then also your analysis. We will have many further problems later on. So make sure that that's why doing SLR is very important, to make sure that the paper that been selected actually is the most not suitable for your study also, but the quality will not be questioned by the panels. Okay, that's why we have to in SLR, this is the most critical part that you have to do it correctly in your SLR paper. Okay. Okay, there are two types of quality assessment that can be done in your SLR studies. Okay, either you can use quantitative approach or qualitative approach that been suggested by Pettigrew and Robert 2006. Okay, you have to choose either one, whether you're going to conduct quantitative or qualitative approach. Okay, to assess the quality of the article that been selected. Okay, if you decided to conduct the quantitative method approach, okay, there are two ways of conducting quantitative approach. Okay, first we can use Cohen-Kappa analysis. Okay, and second you can use Fliess-Kappa analysis. Okay, what do you mean by Cohen-Kappa analysis, or it is known as inter-rater agreement, whereby in this method, quantitative method, Cohen-Kappa analysis, you have to the article, like each article that been finalized just now should be accessed by at least 2 assessor. Okay, while for Fliess-Kappa analysis, we're going to conduct inter-rater agreement also, whereby we should use more than 3 quality assessor for each article. Okay, by using quantitative software, for example, the easiest one we can use statistical SPSS, SPSS to access the quality of the article. Okay, so actually, when going to assess, we're going to rate that particular paper according to certain criteria. The last value, okay, when you decided whether to drop that particular paper, to decide whether it is a good quality paper or moderate or poor quality paper, you have to put in certain scale. For example, you have to mark and also you have to produce the total score of that particular paper, okay, from 1 to 0. Okay, for example, from 0.75 until 1 is considered excellent. The content is good. Okay, excellent. From 0.5 until 0.75 is considered fair or moderate, okay, to good, and below 0.5 is considered poor paper. Okay, article below than 0.4 is should be removed from the list that you got the total list as you got from the last process, that is from the eligibility process. Okay, in process number 3, searching strategy just now. Okay, so you remain the paper that exceed at least 0.5 and above. Okay, to do the analysis. Okay, this is if you using this quantitative method. Okay, if you want to know more about analysis using Cohen-Kappa and also Fliess-Kappa, you can go through to this link, okay, to learn on how the process of conducting the quality assessment using quantitative method, whether you're going to use the Cohen-Kappa or the Fliess-Kappa. Okay, and also you can go through the video that I've already included here in YouTube. Okay, for Cohen-Kappa and also for the Fliess-Kappa. Okay, any questions so far?
So, Doctor, based on the quality appraisal, it's either we want to proceed with qualitative or in quantitative. It is based on our something like judgment or based on our problem statement.
Okay, no, you actually
based on our research
you
questions.
can choose either one. Which one you are familiar in? Okay, for example, you are strong in quantitative, for example. Okay, you think that actually it can be it is no any restriction, any criteria whether to put it. It is based on your and your own judgment. Okay, whether you think that certain researcher they feel that qualitative is more appropriate to his study, so you can choose quantitative. If you think that qualitative is more appropriate for the quality appraisal, you can choose qualitative. There is no any restriction. Okay, what can I say that actually is based on your judgment. Okay, if you are prefer to have, okay, basically qualitative is much more you can say more objective. Okay, must is quantitative approach is much more more objective. You go on quantitative approach, but qualitative you have to make sure that when you conduct the qualitative, there are some tedious processes to be done. Normally you have to follow exactly all the procedures for qualitative approach that I'm going to discuss later on. But normally quantitative method is much more objective, but it is much more tedious in terms of do the analysis using SPSS. You have to know how to use how to do the analysis, how to come up with that particular result. Okay, that is the critical part on the quantitative method. Okay, you have to familiar with SPSS.
So
If you're not,
basically, it is also based on our topic or
no, it doesn't related to your topic. It is part.
okay, thank you.
It's something different. The one that you conduct in your methodology in your thesis is something different. This one you can choose either quantitative or qualitative.
Okay.
Choose either one. Which one is that you are familiar most?
Okay.
At this time. Okay?
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Okay. All right. Okay, for example, if you want to use the qualitative method, okay, okay, this one is quite tedious in terms of just now in quantitative method, the tedious way in using the quantitative is to conduct the analysis using SPSS. After you get the results, okay, using the iterator agreement just now from two assessor, okay, then the assessor will give marks. You calculate, you put it, you key in the marks into the SPSS and you do the analysis. So you get the analysis just now from the range 0 to 1. Okay, the value that you got from from the assessor, okay, you take the average, and if if the marks is below than 0.5, you exclude you exclude or remove that particular article. Okay, if more than 0.4, you accept that particular article and you consider as moderate and excellent. Okay, this has been discussed by Fleece 1981. Okay, you can quote Fleece if you are using the quantitative method. Okay, why you choose more than 0.4? Okay, for quantitative method. Okay, if you are using qualitative method, you have to follow the exact procedure that been requested. For example, okay, that one just now the qualitative is more on objective assessment, but the quality method is more on subjective assessment. Okay, in terms of quality, whereby you have to get some reviewer, okay, and you have to choose qualitative best evidence synthesis method. This is different from the quantitative, because it is more on subjective part, okay, in the assessment. Okay, for the best evidence synthesis method, from this qualitative method, actually is based on the pre-inclusion or inclusion criteria. Okay, it's best to get at least 2 experts to assess the quality of the article. Okay, just now for Cohen Kappa, we have 2 assessors that going to rate the content of that particular article, and then you have to calculate the result. But this assessor will who are expert on that particular area will access the content of that particular article, and they will give the score of the content based on certain criteria that I will show you later on. Okay, and this evaluation of quality of article is not easy task for this qualitative method. Okay, whereby you have to make sure that you appoint a proper evaluator that are related which are expert on that particular area. Okay. If you are okay, if you are if no time, okay, most of the authors of SLR paper sometimes what they when they do their SLR studies what happened, they do not have time to get assessor or to get evaluator from the expert. Okay, this is the best way to minimize the bias. We have to have the assessor from the from the expert on that particular area, because it's really not easy because for example, if the final paper that you got is for example 30 article, 30 articles each evaluator will access 30 articles. If for example you should have 2 evaluator, so each evaluator will access the content of that particular article, 30 articles. So we have 2 different evaluator that access the full total of that particular article. So one article also is quite tedious and also quite heavy in terms of reading the content of article. You can imagine how you're going to assess 30 articles. So what are the shortcut way that been used by most of the SLR authors? Normally they will access the author and also the co-author of that particular paper. This is a second notice, but we still practice these types of practice still contain bias, but we can minimize the bias by having more than 2 evaluator from our group members. Okay, we can use this method to cut short, okay, the best way just now. Okay, for example a question, the group of writer themselves can evaluate the quality, okay, the quality of the article, for example. Okay, they can themselves evaluate. For example, if you if you are writing a thesis, for example, you can ask your supervisor and also your co-supervisor to involve to evaluate your articles. Or maybe you have friends. Okay, if you are writing a SLR paper, maybe your colleague in that particular paper, the co-author, will be the evaluator for that particular. But you cannot have one. Okay, one will be, you're going to have high bias. Okay, it will not be accepted by any publisher to publish your paper. Okay, for example, okay, for example we have a group of writer themselves to evaluate the quality of the article, for example. What this means that you yourself as the for example, you as the co-author, the corresponding author of that particular paper, as a paper, you yourself will evaluate, but you are not evaluating the paper yourself, but you have to include at least 2 evaluator in that particular articles. Okay, for example, let's say you yourself, Abu and Ali, are writing SLR article, meaning that you, Abu and Ali, can evaluate the quality of the article that you want to review. Isn't that is considered as a bias? Of course it is bias. It's just one of the option. The best option, you have to get external evaluator that do not have any interest in your study, but they are expert in that in your area of study. Okay, you can that is the best way of conducting quality appraisal. Okay, but worst to worst, you can evaluate that particular paper, but you need to have some other people, some other evaluator to assess, and also to assess the quality of that particular paper. Okay, what is the minimum number of evaluation or evaluator to rate the quality of article? At least 2 evaluator. It's not recommended to evaluate article individually or by appointing one evaluator, because it will increase bias. Okay, for example, I give you some example. Should I, Abu and Ali, evaluate the article together or should evaluate it separately? Okay, at this initial stage, you yourself, Abu and Ali, need to evaluate the article separately. Means that if you have 30 articles, you yourself will evaluate 30 articles, Abu 30 articles, and Ali 30 articles. Not you 10 article, Abu another 10 article, Ali another 10 article. No, that's wrong. Everybody have to access the same article separately. Okay. All right. For example, question number, we have 18 articles to evaluate. Okay. For example, then Abu, Ali, and you will evaluate all the 18 articles. Okay, separately. All right. Okay. Anything before I proceed?
Doctor, can I have another question?
Okay. Yes.
For example, like the expert that you said just now,
Okay.
okay, it comes from the researcher or academician that expert in SLR itself, or we can
No,
have
no. The expert should be the one. It's not expert in SLR. The one should be expert in that, in your area of concern.
means that the
Okay. What is
means
your
that the, for example, like
area of study?
for
Yes.
example, like this, I want to create one SLR regarding to the artificial intelligence and also the medical, something like the neurosurgical, something like that.
Okay.
And then I want to combine between the medical and also the IT.
Okay.
Okay. And should I get the expert from the IT field and also the medical, but this medical person is not involved in any academic, but they are expert in their field, in neurosurgery, something like that.
Okay. The best way is to get the evaluator that have both experience or expertise on both field.
I see.
The
So
best.
if let's say they are doing the something like appraisal for our paper.
Okay.
So that means we need to include their name in
No,
our
no, no.
paper.
You don't have to include, but you can appoint by giving appoint them formally. Okay, maybe you have to okay, if you are doing your PhD. So either you are doing PhD study.
Yeah, currently I'm doing PhD
Okay.
tapi but in something else lah. But this one
Okay.
is for another project that I want
Okay.
to create.
If you are okay, the best suggestion is that you get expert that have both point of view, that have both expertise in artificial intelligence and also in neuro something. Just now you mentioned about neuro something. Okay, that have both expertise, but you cannot have one of them because it cannot appreciate and also acknowledge the content. But okay, another suggestion what you can do, if you are referring to your PhD study, you can refer back to your supervisor to give some suggestion, or at least you can get the close expert that you feel that can do it, they can understand both area. Okay, that is the best way. Okay, if cannot, what you can do, okay, if you write, for example, if you are writing a paper that consider both both area, okay, what you can do, you can just now I mentioned that you can take the one who expert in particular area. For example, you can have one evaluator that expert in artificial intelligence. The second panel can you should have the expert on just now what area that you are mentioning to?
There are something like IT and medical lah.
In medical, for example. Okay, okay, and then okay, if this is the case that we cannot have both, maybe you can have evaluator more than two. So you have two expert on AI, two expert on the medical part.
Okay, so I just want to confirm, we don't have to include their name into as the.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. But you just mention the demographic, the background of that, the in general.
Should
Okay?
we
In general.
acknowledge the expert in our paper?
You don't have to.
Okay.
You don't
Noted.
have to.
Thank
Okay.
you, doctor.
All right. You don't have to. Okay. Okay. Any further question? Any further question? Okay. 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 How we going to? What are the criteria? What are the procedure that or guideline to guide your quality appraisal? Okay. There are many assessment tools that can be used. For example, we have Cochrane risk tool, Jaded scale, Newcastle Ottawa scale, exist cross-sectional survey, mixed method appraisal, MMAT, or we can have critical appraisal skill program. Okay, these are some of the assessment tool as can be as your guideline during your quality appraisal that been using by the evaluator that be appointed. Okay, for the qualitative approach. Okay, these are some of the assessment tool. There are many assessment tool available. Okay, these are some of the assessment tool. The most popular one in especially among the social sciences and also science, SNT. For example, we can use most of the popular one. For example, axis, we can use axis, cross-sectional survey, or we can use mixed method appraisal too if you are considering papers from qualitative and also from quantitative in terms of the approach, the methodological approach that we use in that particular paper. If you have mix of a different approach, we can make use of mixed method appraisal tool, MMET. All right. These are some example of tool. Okay, let's look into how to use this. Okay, again, as what I've already mentioned regarding to the reference of protocol guideline just now, same goes to the quality appraisal. When you use any assessment tool available, you have to adapt and adopt. You are not you can adapt and adopt. Sometimes because some of the item that on that particular exhibit tool did not fit one types of field of study. Sometimes it does not related to some of the items not related. You can remove that particular, but you have to mention what types of assessment tool. If you are using that assessment tool, what type of assessment tool that been used. Actually, what is the total amount of item that from the original assessment tool, and what item has been removed that is not related to your study, not related to your assessment guideline just now. So you can exclude. So you just have to mention that in your paper or in your thesis. Okay. Okay. You need to adopt into that. All right. Okay. Okay with that. Okay, how to evaluate? Okay, actually, there's supposed to be a very standard form to be filled up by the evaluator. Okay, there will be a 3 important column to answer when they read that the article. Okay, according to the guideline that be given, according to the assessment tool that been choose for the assessment procedure. Okay, actually in that particular form, actually there are 3 important column that are going to be filled by this evaluator. The first column will be the yes column, no column, and so do not know comment. Okay, do not know or comment column or field. Okay, if you want to look into the assessment tool, you can go through the to the Google Drive that that I show on the slide from Shira et al. 2016. Okay, so you can choose which one is appropriate to your study. Okay, for example, if you going to choose exist, for example, so you can refer to this paper on how to use exist measurement tool. For example, this is the items that the checklist, the item to guide the evaluator to do the analysis on the content, to check whether the quality of the paper. For example, okay, we can see that for the exist we have 20 items. Okay, checklist. Okay, and we have 3 column as I mentioned just now, the yes column, the no column, and do not know. You are not sure if you exactly you found in that particular item. Okay, you just click whether you found the item that been mentioned in this guideline, disease assessment, whether you found that whether it is yes or no. You have that in that particular paper, or if you are not sure, you have to tick at the do not know column. Okay, for example, we have 20 items. The first item is regarding to the introduction. And then for method, we have 10 questions. For result, we have 5 questions. For discussion, we have 2. And others, two items. For example, were the aim or objective of the study clear? Okay, so you read the aim or the objective of that particular study in that particular paper. So is it clear? If not clear, you say no. Is it clear? If it is clear, you tick yes. If you are not sure, you tick do not know. Okay, for example, you go to methodology, methods. There are 10 criteria of methods. For example, if that particular paper is the methodology of if in that particular paper, okay, the authors using quantitative study, for example. Okay, maybe some of the items is not qualitative study which not relevant to this method. Okay, you have to exclude item that you are not that you feel is not related to that particular study. You remove the item from this appraisal from the two that you choose. Okay, for example, let's say that okay, for example, item number 10. Okay, it is clear what was used to determine statistical significance or precision estimate. For example, p-value, for example. Or okay, you think that this item is not related to that particular study, you can exclude. Okay, you can exclude. For example, another example for okay, item number. Okay, for example, number 13, do not does the response rate raise concern about non-response bias? Okay, if you think that this is not related, you can exclude. Okay, but the exclusion from this measurement assessment tool should be applied not only on that particular paper, but to all the rest of the other papers also. For example, if you have 30 papers, you have to exclude the item that you feel that is not related in your study in that particular papers throughout all the article that you have already finalized, not only on that particular paper. Okay, you decide that only 18 item will be selected from this assessment tool. So the accessor will only use the version of 18 finalized item, okay, for their appraisal process. Understand? Not the 20, not the complete set of the assessment tool that been used. Okay? Hello?
Okay.
All right. Okay, if you are not sure of exist, okay, maybe for example, if in that particular paper you found that, for example, you have 20 papers, okay, you found that 70 papers are from been written in quantitative using quantitative method, and 3 papers using qualitative method. Okay, for example, so exist tool is not a good, a suitable one, a suitable assessment to be used for this quality appraisal process. What you can do, you can have another alternative by applying MMAT, mixed method appraisal tool. Okay, whereby in this assessment tool, it have some mixed method appraisal tool. It combine qualitative and quantitative. Which one is not not available or not related, you can exclude. Okay, you can exclude. You don't have to exclude from this article, but from the process, but you have to exclude in terms of giving response by the evaluator. Okay. Right. Okay, this one I've already mentioned just now. Okay. How you going to evaluate? Okay, for the qualitative approach. Okay. According to Pettigrew and Robert 2006, the answer obtained for the assessment tool, the final, you have to calculate and give the average from the 3 different criteria just now. For yes, no, and also for no comment or not clear. You have to rate whether it is high, moderate, or low. How you going to moderate? Okay, you have to calculate how many yes you have the total of yes, the total of no, and the total in the column of do not know or comment. Okay, if according to Pettigrew just now, Pettigrew and Robert, if you have the answer, the total, for example, you have 18 criteria, for example. Okay, from the 18 you total up the total for for yes, no, and also do not know column. Okay, it is considered the quality of article can be considered whether it is high, moderate, and low level by comparing the total of yes, no, and also do not know. For example, if your answer is yes, the total of yes is more than the total of no. Okay, we can consider that the quality of the article is high. Okay, if the yes and no answer are the same in total, okay, we consider the quality of the article to be moderate. And if the no answer is more than yes, we can consider the quality of the article to be low. Okay, and according to Pettigrew and Robert, only the high and moderate level will be selected and low will be excluded. Okay, and then only you have to double check with the second evaluator, or if you have 3 evaluator, you have to check from each evaluator, from evaluator 1, evaluator number 2, and also the next evaluator. Okay, to make the consensus whether they are high, moderate, or low. Okay, I'll give you some example. Okay, for example, this is an example of article quality appraisal that been assessed by each of the evaluator. Okay, for example, this is the evaluation that be done by evaluator number 1. Okay, for example, we have five article paper. Okay, let's say that the finalized papers we have 5. Okay, this is the assessment that been done by evaluator number 1, for example. Okay, for article number 1, so the evaluator number 1 assess that the total of yes is 14. Okay, let's say that this item, the assessment tool that been used is contain 20 items, not 18, 20 items. Okay, 20 items for each article. Okay, we have 20 items to assess each article. For example, for article number 1, so the evaluator will assess each of the article from article number 1 to article number 5. So for article number 1, totally yes is 14, total no is 6. So if we and total do not know is 0. Okay, so quality level will be high. Why? Because the total number yes is more than no, so we consider as high level. So article number 2, we have no exceed yes, so it consider low quality level. This is evaluation that be made by the first evaluator. Okay, article number 3, yes is more than no, so we have high. Article number 4, we have yes 8, no 8, and 4 do not know, so it become moderate because yes and no is equal. And last article will be no is exceed, yes we have low. So we have for evaluator number 1, we have from among these 6 articles, we have 2 high, 2 low articles, and 1 moderate. Okay, so we keep the first evaluation that been done by first evaluator. Okay, so what we're going to do? Okay, for example, okay, let's say that we have 3 evaluators. Okay, each evaluator will access 5 articles each. Okay, so for example, for the first evaluator will be Siti, second Fatima, and the third evaluator will be accessed by Ayu. Okay, for example, just now we take the result that been assessed by Siti. So we make a diagram in one column. So we put the quality appraisal for each article by Siti, by Fatima, and so by Ayu. Okay, now what is the decision to be made for article number 1? That's why we cannot have one evaluator for qualitative approach, because we're going to have high bias. Okay, at least 2. Okay, at least 2. Let's say that we have 3 evaluators. Okay, for example, for article number 1, for example, Siti give high. Fatima give high, and Ayu give moderate. Hello?
خلص الرعي خلاص وش ماكله حضور ولا هاي
Can I proceed? Okay, can I proceed? Okay. Okay, for example, article 1, Siti give high, Fatima give high, Ayu moderate. Okay. So in this case, what are the consensus for article number 1? Okay, so we're going to accept. Why? Because at least based on Patrick and Robert just now, only high and moderate article will be considered, will be accepted. In this case, we have 2 high and 1 moderate. So we have all the articles exceed moderate levels. So there's no argument here. So we're going to accept article number 1, for example. And now we look into the article number 2. For example, Siti, we give Siti give moderate. Okay, for article number 2, Fatima moderate and Ayu high. So we have 2 moderate high. Again, we don't have any low level. So we also accept this article number 2. Okay, so the consensus is that we're going to accept article number 1 and number 2. Okay, we go to article number 3. The three assessors or 3 evaluators decided to give high. Okay, for that particular article number 3, so there's no question about this article, so we're going to accept. So we go to article number 4. Okay, here we have some problems here. Okay, for example, Siti give high, Ayu give moderate, and Fatima give low, for example. Okay, so we have high and moderate. Okay, in this case, according to Pettigrew, if we have in this situation, if one of the assessor or one of the evaluator give low, as what Pettigrew mentioned, that if anybody of from the evaluator give low, so basically even though the other evaluator give high or moderate, so we're going to if we have one evaluator give low, so we have to reject that particular article. But since that we have the distinction between the evaluator is quite high, because we have high, we have moderate, okay, quite near, but we have low here. For example, Fatima give low. So what we should do, okay, before we decided to accept or to reject, so we have to request Fatima, the second evaluator, to double check the assessment that been given. Okay, for example, when Fatima double check the assessment that been given to article number 4, so he missed out some of the he totally calculate wrong, or maybe she have to re-evaluate some of the item that been assessed to the article number 4. So okay, for example, there are some correction that been done. So if the correction that be done, Fatima, that make the article to increase the assessment level into moderate, so the paper will be accepted. Okay, for example, if article number 5 again Fatima give low, and we do some double checking, and it is confirmed that Fatima confirmed that this paper is do not achieve certain of the criteria that been assessed by Fatima. So even though Siti give moderate, or maybe Ayu give high, we have to reject the article number 5. Okay, the article number will not be accepted. Okay, this is the way how the quality appraisal is being applied using the qualitative methods. Okay, all right. Any questions so far? Is it
Doctor,
okay?
I have few question, tapi on the result kan, on that result means that article tu is the total, macam the quality appraisal by the city is the total weightage ke, yang the total weightage from the from the form that he or she did ke?
Yang mana
Quality
what
appraisal.
do you mean by total weightage tu?
Macam
Which one you are referring to?
yang the one that you showed macam do not know, something like that, do not know
This one.
do,
Okay, this one. Okay.
yang ini kan.
Okay, actually, okay, for example, okay, for example, you are
This one.
applying this one. Okay, the axis, Okay, for example, that you decided to take all the items which available in exist assessment tool. For example, we have 20 question. Okay, for example, kita ambil the example just now. Okay, for example, during the eligibility process, okay, you have finalized, you got only five articles. Okay, you have three assessments. Okay, during the eligibility process, you have total of 5 papers. Okay, is it clear? Okay,
Wait,
you have
Doctor, sorry. So that's mean for example, like for the introduction, number 1. Okay, if let's say the expert tick yes, means that what is the weightage or the percent that
okay,
we need
that's
to
why
give?
it is subjective here. This is the way that been implemented. But if you are decided to use qualitative method,
Okay.
okay, there's no the justification you merely you are depending on that particular on the expertise of that particular panel because there is no weightage here. You are referring to this criteria, yes, no, or do not know. If the panel do not sure whether yes or no, so he or she, the panel should put it under do not know. That's why the qualitative method is more subjective compared to the quantitative method just now.
So we just calculate the total number
Yes,
yes, total number no, or okay.
yes. Okay, for each evaluator.
Okay.
Then for example, the first evaluator will get this table. Okay, high, low, high, moderate, low. Okay, for example, and then if we have 3 evaluator, then you have to come up with the final total for each article from each evaluator. You put aside, okay, the total result that been quality appraisal by each of the evaluator, and then and now you are the one who going to decide, okay, whether to accept or to reject based on the comment that been given by the evaluator.
زعلانة المقالة ما تنفتح ولا تستنسخ ولا كل شيء.
Pardon?
لا هي بعقلت العليا هي قطتني اياها عليا.
Excuse me.
I think someone need to mute.
Okay, I thought one of the candidate would like to raise any question regarding to
لا
this.
تستنسخ ولا تنسبع ولا تحول كل شيء.
Okay. Alright.
هي
Okay,
ما
Aida.
عندها هي ما قدرت البحث
Aida?
قاعدين نسوي.
Okay, if you don't understand, you can we can have a personal consultation after this.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Because I supposed to have this in face-to-face punya meeting lah. It is better to have to.
Yeah, actually, I want to ask, do you have any
Yes, I'm going to conduct, but in Kelantan.
But
not inshallah, because I've already requested to the faculty to conduct in faculty, but they have some budget constraint. That's why they we cannot have. Okay, if you want to have inshallah.
One more
I
question.
don't have any problem.
One more question. So that's mean if let's say we based on our judgment for the quality based on our judgment based on the quality appraisal by the expert, the result is not not accepted for review. So we should eliminate the article, kan?
Yes. The finalize before you proceed. Okay, actually from process number 1 until number 4, you are not belum start lagi. You are not starting your analysis lagi. Only just to
selection kan?
The particle, just to screen the particle paper before you do your CT. That's why writing SLR paper is a very tedious process. But these are the paper that demanded from many reputable publisher. They need this type of paper because when even though you are using the secondary sources from article from journal, from reputable journal, okay, even though you are not collecting a primary ataupun first-hand information, but it is considered a research paper, not conceptual paper. This is a research paper. The process is very tedious, and that's why many authors, many readers in that particular would like to have these types of the finding. They want to know the finding. Okay, normally these types of paper will be many of these paper easily can be cited by other researcher. If you write the systematic literature review paper, there are many people will cite your paper.
So kan doktor, if let's say someone produce the SLR regarding to that particular topic, so
Okay.
can we produce another SLR
Yes,
for that
yes,
particular
yes.
topic?
Because okay, as I stated earlier, because the starting the guideline of your of any SL paper is regarding to a research question. For example, even okay, the previous author has already write a paper on SLR on artificial intelligence, for example, which related to India. But the aim of that particular paper is looking at a specific research question that we mentioned in that particular SLR paper. But you are looking at the same content, the same area of study, but in your paper you are looking at another types of research question that meant to your study. So it's different.
So it is pretty
It
obvious
is a new
actually.
contribution on that particular. So there are many. This when we analyze this type of SLR paper in your study is known as umbrella review.
So basically, it is pretty obvious that we cannot do macam the research question tu we cannot macam sama lah kan dengan.
Supposing that do not it's supposed not to be the same.
Okay. Alright, thank you.
Okay. Pasal tu kena buat literature tu.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Any further question? Ini Aida seorang dia tanya. Only Aida asking the question.
Doctor.
Yes.
SLR paper, same area.
Introduce yourself.
Ada we have Prof.
Ada from Kelantan accounting ke? Okay,
so
right.
for SLR paper, we can follow the same process but different research question, right?
Yes, can.
Alright.
Is allowed. Boleh?
Thank you, Doctor.
Alright. Anything else before I proceed? So I have another. Oh, dah habis dah masa. Ni tak masuk lagi ya. Alamak, tak sempat ni.
Doctor, sorry.
Organizer, how? Very.
To me, no worries,
I see.
Dr. Nasir. If your audience is okay, Bari, I guess
Saya
you can
yang tak
just...
okeynya. Because I
Alah,
already
Dr. Nasir, just like...
allocated my time until 1 o'clock because I have to do something else. Okay, tapi
How
tak
about
apalah.
like another 10 minutes? Is it okay for you?
Boleh. Okay.
Thank you.
Kalau sampai pukul 3 tak boleh lah. Until 3 cannot sampai okay, maybe until 1:30. Okay?
Okay. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, right. Because okay, ini start lagi we just screening the paper. Okay, we apa ni tak start lagi. We are not okay, the last process will be the final step, the process whereby we're going to analyze how to analyze the final paper that has been accepted during the quality appraisal at stage number 4 during the SLR process. Okay, for example, in this for conclusion, before proceed with the analysis or synthesis, from this article, for example, we have concluded that only 4 articles will be accepted for data analysis from a total out from 5 papers, for example. Tapi in their case, we should not have bukan 5 papers lah, more than that lah. Okay, this is only an example. Okay, right. Okay, so we go to the last step. Okay, whereby this is the step where we're going to start our analysis, data extraction and also analysis. Okay, how to extract data, okay, from that particular papers, okay, the important points, and also how to analyze. Okay, again, data extraction analysis, you should be guided based on the research question. Same goes to a postgraduate thesis. Okay, when you come up with your data collection, when you do your chapter 4, you do your data collection, data analysis, you got the finding, and then chapter 5, the final chapter, you do your data discussion and also recommendation. So data discussion and also this recommendation should be guided by your research question, your hypothesis that been stated, whether in chapter 1 or in chapter 2. Your hypothesis in chapter 2 or should be guided by research question. Same goes to SLR analysis. The data extraction and analysis should be guided, okay, based on your SLR research question just now. Still remember, in process number 2, you have already formulated the research question. So the expression should be based on, if you have 3 research question, 3 SLR research question, your data extraction will be guided on that 3 particular research question. If you have 1 research question, so the data extraction and analysis will be based on merely on that particular the one and only research question. Okay, better to have more than 1 if you're interested to go in depth, okay, to do the analysis, okay, based on your objective of study. Okay, basically there are 3 levels of data process of in the last process, the data extraction and analysis. Okay, the first step will be data extraction, then second will be the data synthesis, and the last but not least, we can have data demonstration. Now, this is optional, but if you have the third level is encouraged to have that in your paper, for example. Okay, to get some visualization on your data synthesis, the data demonstration. Okay, this is the critical part. Just now you find some difficulties to do the identification. Okay, to decide the keywords. To do during the identification, how to decide the criteria during the screening process, and how to identify whether the paper can be accepted or is not related during eligibility. And then you go to the quality appraisal, whereby you have to appoint some evaluator to see the quality of that particular paper before you decided to have the final total papers before you do the data analysis. Okay, this is the more crucial part, okay, compared to the previous one, whereby you have to synthesize, to extract and synthesize. Okay, as I mentioned just now, the process of abstracting or taking relevant data from previous study or used to review must be based on the research question. Okay, the research question that I mentioned here is referring to SLR research question, not your PhD research question. It is something else. Okay, this means that if our research question is A, then any data we abstract or taken from previous study to include in the review must be only related to A. Okay, during this okay, if you are writing a SLR paper, for example, okay, for example, during at this section, okay, for example, if you finalize finalized papers, you have, for example, if you got 15 final papers, okay, if you got 15 final papers, the discussion, the synthesis and the data extraction should come from these 15 papers article, not from elsewhere. Okay, if you after the quality appraisal, you concluded that the final the total papers are 10, okay, 10 articles. Okay, in this section, during data extraction analysis, should only review, extract and synthesize from the 10 papers, not outside from others than that. Okay, okay, understand? Can follow me?
Okay.
All right. Okay. So so how to analyze the so what is the process? What is the criteria that you can use to do the data analysis? Okay, there are 4 main methods that you need to know. You have to pick one. Okay. Okay, you can conduct quantitative synthesis. Okay. Okay, please please make sure that you clear with this. Okay, if you are okay, you have to choose either one of the main method that been stated here. Okay, if you are going to do a you can do quantitative synthesis from quantitative study. Okay, you can do quantitative synthesis from quantitative study. Okay, this is the quantitative synthesis from quantitative study is not a meta-analysis study. So this meta-analysis should be stated in your title of your SLR paper, because you are focusing on quantitative studies only that use quantitative approach or methodology. Okay, and how you're going to synthesize using quantitative synthesis. Okay, second, you can choose to use qualitative synthesis of qualitative study, okay, or you can use qualitative synthesis for quantitative study. The second for qualitative study. The third one, qualitative synthesis for quantitative study. Okay. And fourth, you conduct qualitative synthesis for mixed method study. Okay. For qualitative plus quantitative or from mixed method study. Okay. Okay. I suggest that you use the if you are using, for example, the if you some of the article you have if you in that particular article that related to your the finance article consists of quantitative study using qualitative or qualitative measurement. So I suggest to you to use the data analysis using the process number 4. Okay, using the qualitative synthesis for mixed method studies. Okay, which consists of article from qualitative papers and also from the quantitative papers. Okay, this is the easiest way compared to, okay, as you can see that the from both from 4 methods, only one data analysis that using quantitative synthesis. Okay, the rest of the process of data analysis is using the qualitative synthesis. Okay, whether on qualitative study or whether on quantitative study or both study. Okay. Okay. So okay, in this for this purpose of for this workshop, I just want to focus on data analysis process for number 4. Okay, for number 4, or can be applied for number 4. Okay, but not number 1. Okay, we have another 20 minutes. Okay. Right. Okay. To do the data extraction and analysis. Okay. I'm just want to focus on qualitative synthesis. For point number 2, 3, and 4. Not number 1. Okay. Okay. The most of the analysis used in SLR in the form of qualitative. Most of the study that I've read, most of them, including that been written by Dr. Hairul also. Most of the study that they are using from the prominent author in SLR, they normally they more likely to use qualitative synthesis, but this much more easier compared to qualitative. Qualitative. Okay, there are various types of qualitative analysis that can be used. Okay, I just for the purpose of this workshop, for this webinar, I just want to focus the most easiest way. Okay, in qualitative synthesis. That is by using the thematic analysis. These are the most frequent used method of qualitative synthesis in SLR writing. Okay, what is thematic analysis? Okay, thematic analysis can be understood. The easiest way to understand what is thematic analysis, to analyze, to find pattern. Okay, in past research finding, and the pattern can be identified through 2 main characteristics. What you mean? What are the pattern that we're going to look into? Okay, first we're going to look into the similarity between past study and the correlation between past studies. Similarity and also the correlation. Okay, that is the very simplest term that define thematic analysis when you are using qualitative synthesis approach. When you do your data synthesis. Okay, you can done the thematic analysis can in two ways. Whether you are going to use software or you can do it manually. If you are using software, there are 2 common thematic analysis software that can be used, iaitu NVivo or Atlas TI. Okay, one of my PhD student is a professional trainer of Atlas TI. But in her SLR paper, she used traditional method. Okay, traditional method. Okay, the easiest way I'm going to show is regarding to the traditional method. Who well versed in NVivo and Atlas, you are encouraged to use this software. If you are not familiar with these 2 software, NVivo, Atlas TI, you can use the traditional way of how to conduct the thematic analysis, whereby we're going to look at the pattern of the finding from the studies, from that particular paper in terms of the similarity and also the correlation. Okay, I try to give you some example. Okay, actually this example has been taken from Dr. Hairul. Okay, the example that been used by Dr. Hedo. So I use the same example also in this webinars. Okay. So for example, for example, that let's say that the final papers after the quality appraisal process, we have 7 papers that been written by Ali, Abu, Ahmad, Siti, Fatima, Nurilla, and Gasida, for example. Okay, we have 7 papers. Okay, so so we find we try to see what are the similarity and correlation between papers. For example, in Ali studies, okay, in Ali study, Ali studies about different types of animal. For example, goat, buffalo, tiger, and cheetah. So you noted down what are the findings from Ali. Okay, from Abu found that there are few animals that been studied by Abu, cattle, rabbit, whale, shark, catfish. So Ahmad, panther, buffalo, sheep. Siti, lion, giraffe, elephant. Okay, which was similar according to the research question. Okay, Fatima, lion, tiger, cheetah. Nurella, whale, shark, tilapia, catfish. Gasida, cheetah, buffalo, sheep, mouse, deer, cattle. Okay, so what are you going to do with this finding? So you do the thematic analysis by looking at the relatedness of the findings, to see the patterns, okay, by looking at the similarity and also the correlation. For example, you can come up with this metric table. Okay, for example, okay, you put some, you can add, you can give some suggestion to the what are the potential sub team from this finding. For example, we can categorize the okay, based on your own area. This is just, it's only an example. Okay, for example, we can categorize the animal, the finding based on the animal types of animal into livestock, okay, category of fish, carnivore animals, and also herbivore, for example. So you put the legend there, okay, to help you to extract. Okay, this is the thematic analysis to extract the data. Okay, the first phase is by producing this metric table to extract the important information from the finding, and then only you can do the synthesis later on. Okay, so you extract the important point tadi by putting it into the metric table. Okay, then what you're going to do next? Okay, so for example, by putting into one teams, for example, livestock, we have, okay, who says about livestock? Okay, so we have Ali. Okay, Ali talking about goat and buffalo. So Ali, okay, for example, we take we put it, okay, under livestock, we have how many animals? For example, we have 5 animals. We have rabbit, sheep, goat, buffalo, and cattle. Okay, so for example, rabbit, who say about rabbit? Abu, only Abu. So for livestock, we have Abu. That said about rabbit, the finding about rabbit is only Abu. Okay, Abu. So we have sheep. Sheep, we have Ahmad and Kasim, and so Gasida. So we do the data synthesis, we do the discussion on sheep that we cited from Ahmad and Kasim and also from Gasida. Okay, then we have goat, for example, only Ali. So you elaborate and you explain what has been mentioned by Ali regarding to goat. Okay, and then for buffalo, we have 3 authors. We have Ali, we have Ahmad and Kasim, we have Gasida. So you discuss the similarity and also the correlation between Ali study, between Ahmad and Kasim study, and also Gasida study, which regard to buffalo. Okay, under the themes of livestock. Okay, for example, the last animal, the cattle. Okay, so you discuss the similarity and also the correlation between Abu study and also Gasida study regarding to the cattle. Okay, understand? And then goes to some other sub-themes: fish, wild animal, carnivore, we have herbivore, and etc. Okay, this is our guideline to do the data analysis, data synthesis. The data that we extract just now from the finding, we put into table, and then we do the data synthesis. We do the writing. Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, Doctor.
Doktor, saya nak tanya.
Siapa ni?
Ambatul.
Okay.
Saya nak tanya,
PhD?
tadi kan apa tu SLR boleh antara kualitatif dengan kuantitatif. Tadi ada slide yang kata kualitatif tu kebanyakan SLR tu guna kaedah kualitatif. Maksudnya kuantitatif tu dia tak recommended ataupun jarang-jarang orang guna. Ataupun kualitatif itu diibaratkan macam lagi senang untuk extract data dia.
Dia tak ada, dia bergantung kepada kajian, bergantung kepada jenis kajian yang dibuat dan juga daripada expertise daripada author tu sendiri. Okay. Ada banyak pun ada dalam bentuk kualitatif pun ada, dalam bentuk kuantitatif pun ada. Okay, depends on study lah. Dengan actually based on the preferences and so the familiarity of the authors tu sendiri.
Maksudnya kaedah tu dia lebih bergantung kepada author dia sendiri
Mana
lah.
favorable daripada authors tu.
Oh,
dan juga bidang kajian.
Faham.
Okay, alright?
Faham.
Okay, alright. Okay. Now we go, okay, we have another 10 minutes. Also, I would like to go into the last part of data extraction and analysis. That is on data demonstration. Okay, so data demonstration, we have some limitation here. Okay, if you are using Scopus database, you can easily do the visualization analysis using the features that been available in Scopus. If you compare to Web of Science, Scopus is much more, the function is much better. But in Google Scholar we don't have. But we can do, you have to do it manually if you know how to use any visualization software. You can extract the data lah. Okay, the data to put it into visualization. This is known as data demonstration. I just want to pick some example. The available of visualization data that basically the data demonstration actually is focusing not on the content base as what have we discussed during the data discussion, but it is more on the characteristic of the article. For example, we have to look into this is known as a little bit about it is you are combining and also you are extracting and also you are applying bibliometric analysis here, but this is not a pure bibliometric analysis. Okay, ni bukan bibliometric analysis secara in detail but you are applying a little bit analysis on bibliometric. So you're going to look at some of the demographic or characteristic of that particular paper that you are analyzing. For example, you want to look at the trend of document by years, for example. Okay, when you want to look at you're going to do some demonstration on document per year by sources. Okay, who published that particular paper in which university, in which journal, for example. Okay, you want to demonstrate the article based on authors, for example. Okay. Okay, based on authors and also by affiliation. If you think that this is important things that you're going to highlight in your study. Okay, by type, by subject area. Okay, you can have by territory. Okay, from which country the paper has been published, from which country, which.
No, we are seeing your handphone, I think.
My handphone. It's not my handphone.
Or your other screen.
Sorry.
Your presentation.
Is it okay now?
I think someone is sharing
Okay.
the phone. It's
No, it's
from
from Kairunisa Azamri screen.
Okay, wait. Kairunisa. Why Kairunisa? This is someone else. This is not me.
someone else.
Yeah, this is Kairunisa Azamri screen. Please, madam, can you unshare your screen?
Kairunisa, please. Kairunisa.
I think admin can cancel it.
Okay, never mind. I will Okay. So I have to stop the presentation by the participant just now. Okay. Can you see my slide now?
Yes,
Yes,
Doctor.
yes, we can see your slide.
Okay, right. Okay, this is an example of how to do the data demonstration to give some insight on the content, to give some overview on the articles or document that you did for your SLR. Okay, if you want to have some to see some example of how to conduct data analysis, as what we mentioned by one of the I don't know, just now I forgot the name of the regarding to how they conduct their do their data analysis, whether to use the quantitative of quality. You can refer to this prominent author, Dewey Drahota, Fleece and Hadaway. Okay, there are some, and Oakley, you can refer to their articles. Okay, how they conduct how they use mixed method, for example. Okay, how they use the quantitative approach, synthesis, qualitative. Okay, you can refer to this paper. And also, if you want to know more clearer picture on how to conduct SLR, you can refer to the most major reference that I do for my paper that I did before. My major reference is based on the Dr. Hairul reference, the ABC or Systematic Literature Review, the basic material. This is a very good paper for who are going to adopt and adapt the concept of systematic literature review in his study. Okay, and the second paper also from Dr. Hairul on systematic literature review on adaptation towards climate change. Okay, so Dr. Hairul will show you some of the steps on how to report, okay, on the process that being conducted using SLR methods. And also there's another authors also I've already attended his lectures on SLR by Dr. Radwan and his Dr. Radwan from UNIZA. Okay, from UNIZA, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Terengganu. So actually Dr. Rizwan is from languages faculty, but Dr. Razwan and also his student, they have produced many SR papers that is much more easier, does not complicated as what has been done by Dr. Hairul. But so Dr. Radwan want to share that even though you can write a very simple SLR paper without stressing on very complicated process of SLR. Okay, this is one of the way of how to produce SLR paper that you can refer from Dr. Razwan. Okay, I think that's all from me for this session. Okay, thank you very much. If you have any further question, you can ask me later. Okay, that's all. So I would like to pass back to the organizer. Right. So if you have any further question, you can message me, or you can contact me through email or through my handphone. Okay, you want to have a further consultation, personal consultation, I don't have any problem. Okay, because there are lots of things to be discussed that I would like to share, because in this limited time, so I cannot share everything. So maybe we can have look in future, we can have some additional training on SLR later on. Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to pass to Dr. Nurizan. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nasi. I think it's like very hot class as I attended, compared to previous, and really insightful. I learned a lot too. Okay. I also would like to say thank you to all the participants. Very, what do you call that, active participation, from all of you. Okay. Dr. Nasi, some of them is asking me, can they get a copy of your slide? You are in a mute, Dr. Nasi. Dr. Nasi, you are mute.
Okay, sorry. I will share my my slide of presentation to the organizer to be shared to the participant of this webinar. So my first slide, you're going to have my my email and also my contact number. Okay, you can contact me at any time to do any consultation, free consultation. personal consultation because I also actually conducting collaborate with UiTM Library, Perpustakaan Tunku Abdul Razak, for PhD clinic for PhD holder from various faculty, from engineering, from Islamic studies, from languages. We have from medical students, art and design. We have applied sciences, that need some free consultation. So if you're interested, you can join the PhD clinic that been organized by our UiTM library. So I will be one of the consultant, that we're going to give some. So the session is about 2 hour session. You can have personal consultation. Okay.
Shukran. Thank you so much, Dr. Nasir. Okay, before we left, first thing, I would like to ask everybody, the participant, doesn't matter if you are staff or even you are a student. So please fill up the form. Okay, and then for staff, you guys, gonna entitle for what I call that, jam latihan for the training hours. And then upon filling up the form, you guys gonna get the certificate immediately, for those who attended our previous webinar, certificate was already emailed to every one of you. So before we end, Dr. Nasir, please give us a few more minutes, for us to capture our session today. So I give 30 seconds for everyone to open your camera so that we can, snap a photo. Okay, we have a few pages. Okay. So everybody give your big smile. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next page. Okay, remain your big smile. Okay, 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, another page. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, final page. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you so much, everyone.
So I'm looking forward. Maybe after this, you can produce a draft of SLR article from each participant of this webinar. Okay.
Indeed.
So our next session will be after this, how to draft a complete SLR papers.
Yeah, look forward. Okay. So students, everybody participant, please grab the opportunity. Dr. Nasir is very keen to assist everyone. Yeah, if you have any things to refer, Dr. Nasir well versed to me. Both quanti and quali. So thank you so much again from postgraduate office. Yeah, to Dr. Nasir for your time, your willingness, and for having her. Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you. So look forward to have, like you said, and as you suggested. Okay. So thank you so much again, Dr. Nasir, and everybody. So have a nice day and a nice weekend. So have a good day, everyone. Take care. Assalamualaikum. Bye.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Doctor.
Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.